Huh.
Just 2 more minutes, everyone, and we'll get started. All right, let's get started. I think I see all the board members. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the February 19th, 2021 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals. First off, happy Black History Month to everyone taking part today. February almost 30 years ago, Harold Washington became the first Black mayor of the city of Chicago. A graduate of Roosevelt University and the Northwestern School of Law, Mayor Washington dedicated his career to public service in changing an entrenched Chicago. Quite fittingly, a quote that Mayor Washington is remembered for is, quote, "Business as usual will not be accepted by any part of this city," quote. This month and always, we honor trailblazers like Mayor Washington and the lessons they continue to teach. Now on to the meeting, and I've got a good amount of reading before we get going. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on February 5th, 2021, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until March 5th, 2021. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meeting Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination that pursuant to Section 75, that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administration officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, promulgated by me and my predecessor, and which are posted to the board's website. I encourage everyone who frequently appears before the board to familiarize yourselves with these emergency rules, especially my recent January 26, 2021 updates, as we do not know how long the COVID-19 public health emergency will last. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming and is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this new format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. And in addition, everyone wishing to testify at today's hearing, whether on behalf of an applicant or in opposition, was required to register before today's meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those who will participate in the meeting. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will transfer you to a panelist. There will be a very short switchover where you will lose the feed. So don't be surprised by that. We'll get you in. Number 3, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number 4, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. And do this at all times. Please just mute at all times, including now. Number 5, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our records, so it is important that 2 people do not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that happens. Number 6, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream in tandem. Number 7, please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we, and especially our court reporters, cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. Number 8, if an applicant or anyone in opposition to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. Number 9, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which you know I hope you all are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Fourth, I'd like to let everyone know, especially that those who frequently appear before the board, that we have made changes to the proposed findings of fact forms and cannabis community meeting affidavits. They should be available soon, so please continue watching our website. Once the new forms go up, please use the new forms. Like last time, there will be a slight grace period, but we will be phasing out the old forms, and at some point, just like last time, we will stop accepting the old forms. Some of the changes to the forms are just to streamline, some to modernize. For instance, now that the forms are due to the board earlier in the process, you don't know your calendar number or hearing date at the time they're submitted. So we've removed those sections. We've also added some lines into our cannabis findings of fact forms that reference our COVID supplemental community meeting rule. The bigger changes that we've discussed and are putting into place are as follows. Number 1, the forms are now gender neutral, as are the form affidavits. However, please make sure that you continue to have individuals fill out the form affidavits. Number 2, for variations, we've created an economic analysis form that developers will need to fill out. I want to repeat that one because this will be a bit of a substantive change. We've created an economic analysis form that developers will need to fill out. Number 3, for cannabis meeting affidavits, we've clarified that we require both the notice of publication and the certificate of publication. This means we want both a copy of the published notice and the certificate of publication of the notice from the newspaper. Previously, we just stated that we wanted proof of publication, which led to some of you providing various items. But what we want is the actual certificate of publication. That is the affidavit from the newspaper stating that it was published. With all of that, now I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. We'll make sure that you do this just so that everything goes smoothly and we comply with the Open Meetings Act. All right, Commissioner Saul.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Great. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Wonderful. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Great. I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of the January 15th, 2021 meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I am a yes as well. Therefore, I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes, the agenda has been approved. Now I'm going to be taking continuances and withdrawals, which I understand we have quite a few of. I think that everyone should be admitted as a panelist, but I'm going to go down the list. And then we'll do a more open call for any additional continuances that we did not have listed.
Chairman, this is
Yep.
Victor Risa.
Hey, Victor.
On behalf of one of the applicants, she was pro se. She had a medical emergency, so we are going to request a continuance on her behalf.
Okay.
She is on page 2, case number 43-21S, Just Us Salon.
Wonderful. And will she, so Victor, will she be prepared to present on April 16th, 2021?
We can actually give her March, Chairman.
Okay, so that would be March 19th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe she just had her tonsils removed yesterday, so she's not able to speak.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, so for calendar number 43-21-S, we will be continuing to March 19th, 2021. No further notice will be given. All right, thanks.
And then, Chairman, on behalf of Alderman Burnett.
Yep.
He was supposed to sign in, but I don't see him or his representative. The attorney is Nick Fatikas for case number 60-21Z, 451 through 57 North Elizabeth. The alderman would like to continue that matter as well.
Okay, good. And I'm assuming so they're going to continue in light of trying to work some things out with the objectors that had signed up for today. Is that right?
He just said that he wanted to interact with all the parties, I guess, to make sure everybody was aware of the application and they had notice of it. And I know Nick should be on.
Yeah. Yeah, if Nick wants to say something, but generally I agree. There was a lot of objectors on that, so it makes sense for the alderman to get in contact with some people. But Nick, are you on?
Hold on one second, Chairman.
Sure.
He was under Sarah's name.
I just promoted him.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman. It's Nick Fatikas. Can you hear me?
Yep, Nick, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, we've been in contact with both the Alderman's office and representatives of the local community organization. We're not objecting to the continuance today. However, we would ask that we be placed on the March agenda if there is availability.
Okay. Yeah, Victor, was there any conversation with the alderman about date? How much time?
He was looking at 1 month.
1 month. Okay, let's go with March as well. I believe, let me look at the date really quick. It is March 19th. And I just want to remind everyone, because there were a number of objectors who signed up. Please sign up in a timely manner. We've got a process we've got to stick by, and our board staff works hard to make that process go to task. So objectors, if you're on, please sign up in a timely manner and we'll get everyone in so that everyone has time to speak. So again, this is calendar number 60-21-Z. We'll be moving this to March 19th, 2021, and no further notice will be given.
And Chairman, just to clarify,
Yep.
for anyone that signed up an objection, just so that they understand, they have to submit a new form.
Yep.
Nothing's carried over from 1 month to the next. They would have to submit a new form for the next hearing date.
Perfect. So yeah, one more announcement. Objectors, please submit a new form by the due date, and we'll look forward to having a good conversation. But no further notice will be given. Calendar number 60-21-Z will now be March 19th, 2021. Great.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, we actually have the alderman just signed in, if you want to address.
Yeah, sure.
He's just been promoted as well. Alderman, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. So I was on, I appreciate you all giving myself and the community opportunity to try to work this out. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Of course, yeah, thank you, Alderman Burnett. And we continue just 1 month. So if you want to come on back in a month, we will hear this matter.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Have a great day.
Just for, while I'm on here, I support the salt dome that's gonna come up on Grand Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, that is matter, it's for everyone on the call, that is calendar number 404-20S and 405-20-Z that we'll be hearing at the end of the day. And Alderman Burnett will note that.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Great. Perfect. Victor, any more from you, or else I'll just go down my list.
No, I don't have anything else.
Okay, perfect. Next on my list for continuance is matter 46-21-S. Is anyone here to request continuance in person, or else we'll just do it unilaterally? Okay, I'm hearing nothing, and I know that there was some conversation.
I'm sorry, this is Alderman Greg Mitchell. What number was that?
Hi, Alderman Mitchell. This is calendar number 46-21-S.
Okay, that's not me. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's at 7201 North Clark Street. Okay, so calendar number 46-21-S, we will be continuing until April 16th, 2021. That's a 2-month continuance, and no further notice will be given.
Chairman, someone just joined for this.
Great. Who's speaking?
Sir.
I think so. Whoever is speaking, if you could please everyone mute your microphones. We're calling calendar numbers for continuances, and if you're here to speak on the continuance, we'll make sure you have a chance to talk. So again, calendar number 46-21-S continued to April 16th, 2021, and no further notice will be given. Great. Is anyone here to speak on behalf of calendar number 49-21-S?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, who's speaking?
It's Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant.
Great.
Request a continuance. We had to accommodate some of the comments made by DPD. We had to file a variation as a companion case, which has now been filed. And to allow for notice, we have to continue today's hearing, hoping we can get March because we have some tight contract obligations that we're trying to meet.
Yep. Yep, we understand that. And I know you have been in front of us before on this matter. So we are going to go ahead and continue 1 month until March 19th, 2021. This is for calendar number 49-21-S, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, is anyone here to request continuance for 68-21-Z and 69-21-Z? This is at 2711 North Washtenaw.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, is this Paul Kopech?
Yes, it is. How are you? Good morning. Everybody's well, I hope.
Yep, everyone's well, thank you.
But we're requesting a continuance on this matter. We understand there's some objectors. We'd like to reach out to them and see if we can work out a solution.
Great, yes. So Councilor Kopech, for this item, we're going to be continuing 2 months until April.
That's fine.
Great. Okay, so for matters 68-21-Z and 69-21-Z, we will be continuing to April 16th, 2021. No further notice will be given, but we'll look forward to hearing it then.
Thank you very much.
Yep, have a great day. Okay. All right, next up, is anyone here to speak on behalf of the continuance of calendar number 81-21-S?
Chairman, that's case number 80-21.
Oh, sure. Okay, sorry, I had that wrong in here. 80-21-S at 2224 East 79th.
Yes, Chairman. This is Alderman Greg Mitchell. We want to request a continuance for this. We want to have the opportunity to have it go through my community engagement process. This corridor is an Invest Southwest corridor, and we have put a lot of time and effort into building up this corridor, and we want to make sure this goes through the process.
Yeah, Alderman Mitchell, absolutely. So are you and all the parties involved okay with a 2-month continuance until April?
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. So that is calendar number 80-21-S, and we'll be continuing to April 16, 2021 with no further notice, but we'll look forward to talking to everyone then.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, have a great day, Alderman. One second, everyone. Okay, next up, is anyone present to request a continuance for 343-20S and 344-20-Z? This is, just so everyone knows, this is at 7625 South Kedzie Avenue.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Mark Kupiec, one of the attorneys for the applicant.
Yep, morning, Councilor Kupiec.
Okay, and as you mentioned, two cases, 343, 344 South Kedzie. And we are actually still working with the planning department on some comments that actually CDOT made in connection with this. And actually, I think we've addressed the major question that they had, but there's still a few minor changes need to be made on the site plan. And we would greatly appreciate if you could continue this to give us time to finish up.
Sure thing. And I know we've continued this a few times before. So I'm going to move this to April 16th, 2021 in hopes that we can hear it then.
That would be fine, sure.
Okay, great. So again, for everyone on the call, calendar numbers 343-20-S and 344-20-Z will be continued to April 16th, 2021, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Anyone here to request continuance for matters 372 and 373-20-Z?
Chairman, it's Sarah Barnes.
Morning, Councilor Barnes.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. With regard to matter number 372-20Z and 373-20Z, the applicant has actually found a different property. This is for their new single-family home. It's for their own residence. So we will actually not be continuing these matters, but rather withdrawing them.
Okay, great. Noted, and thank you for letting us know about that. So for the record, no further notice needs to be given because it won't come back. Calendar numbers 372 and 373-20Z have been withdrawn.
Thank you. Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thanks, Counselor, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, is anyone here to request continuance or withdrawal for matters 437-20-S and 438-20-Z? And this is at 6411 Northwest Highway.
Chairman, those are John Pekarsky's cases. He signed in. He is promoted as a panelist. I just think he has to unmute himself.
Okay, Counselor Pekarsky, let us know. Let us know if you can speak. We'll circle back to this one. We've got just a couple more. And Counselor Pekarsky, if you're John, are you on? I see your face actually. Oh, I think you're muted.
I will remove that.
Yep.
Can you now hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, wonderful.
Yep.
Okay, as to 437-20S and 438-20Z, 6411 Northwest Highway. My client, after consulting with the Department of Planning, has made gargantuan changes to the plans involving probably $750,000 in excess of the original plans. We would like a continuance of 2 months so as to further perfect our new plans.
Yep, great, Counselor. Yes, so we'll give you a 2-month continuance. That's until April 16th, 2021. And for the record, that's calendar numbers 437-20-S and 438-20-Z that will be continued to April 16th, 2021. No further notice will be given.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thank you. Okay. All right, great. Now, a couple more in line, and then I'm going to open it up. Is anyone here to speak on the continuance of calendar numbers 37-21-S and 38-21-S?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, who's speaking?
This is Charlotte Huffman. Sorry, let me turn on my video. Charlotte Huffman on behalf of the applicant Canopy Growth LLC. We've been working with DPD to address their concerns and comments. We're also waiting on comments from the Department of Forestry as well as the Department of Health regarding the odor control plan we submitted. So we would like to ask for a 1-month continuance.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That's in line with everything that we've discussed. So let's continue 1 month to March 16th, I believe. Let me see. To March 19th, 2021. This is for calendar numbers 37-21-S and 38-21-S. We'll be giving a 1-month continuance to March 19th, 2021.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Thank you, Counselor. All right, a couple more. I believe we have not discussed a continuance. Is anyone here to speak on behalf of 45-21-S? And that's at 2042 West 95th Street.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Who's speaking?
Awesome. Paris Fitzpatrick.
Hey, Paris. Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So are you seeking a continuance for the Be Youthful Beauty Bar?
If there's any opposition, then yes.
Okay, let's.
And Chairman, this is
Yeah.
Victor Risa again.
Yep.
This is, I had received a request from Alderman O'Shea's office and a representative was supposed to be signed in, but.
I got it. So I got it. So Miss Fitzpatrick, you are not seeking a continuance. The Alderman's office possibly is.
Yes.
Got it. So let's see if they're on. Is anyone on from Alderman O'Shea's office? 1 second. Let's just give it a moment.
Chairman, this is tech support. Just want to remind that if someone is under the attendees and they wish to speak out on the case that you're announcing, they can raise their hand so we can identify them.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Ms. Fitzpatrick, sorry, one more second. We just want to make sure we don't waste your time today if it's then you waiting for it to be heard, if in fact there is going to be an objection to this one.
Thank you so much.
Thanks everyone for your patience. We're clearing this up. Okay, Ms. Fitzpatrick, I'm going to quick open up the floor for any other objections. We're going to see if they show up or not. My goal with that is just to make sure that we don't waste your time today sitting and waiting for your matter to be heard if there's going to be an objection, because by process, since you're pro se, we'll need to continue that. But give us 5 minutes. I'm going to hear other continuances, and if we don't hear an objection now, I'll be letting it go forward. So just give us a few minutes if that's okay.
All right.
All right. Any other requests for continuances or withdrawals?
Chairman Bridget O'Keefe has her hand raised, but she is promoted as panelist. She just has to unmute herself.
Okay, great. Ms. O'Keefe, if you unmute yourself, go ahead and speak.
Good morning, the commission, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate your time today. Our firm represents Podmajersky Inc., which owns or has interest in properties on the east side of South Jordan Court, directly across from the proposed parking garage to be located at 1928 South Jordan, which is the subject of case number 87-21-S. We've been working and seeking information from the developer since October, and productive conversations recently started, and we found out the ingress and egress point for the garage on February 11th. Since then, drawings and going back and forth with the final plan being submitted for consideration last night. And we're seeking a continuance just to allow time to review the plan and make sure that it addresses the interest of the parties on both sides of the street. We're not opposed to the application in concept, and progress has been made, but we feel an additional 30 days would allow time to make sure that there's consensus on the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Councilor O'Keefe. And is anyone here from the applicant? I see Councilor Noonan.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Noonan. I'm here with my co-counsel Donna Pugh, Foley and Lardner, and we represent the applicant Mural Park LLC. We object to the continuance here. The special use we're seeking is to locate off-site parking, but the garage that we're looking to build is actually permitted as of right at this location. It requires no other approvals, and it has gone through the city's design review process. We've been working with the objector through extensive negotiations and redesigns for 10 months. All proposals so far have been rejected. We don't believe more time is really going to help here. The objectors were included in meetings with CDOT and DPD along with the applicant. And the plan that we're proposing has had input from DPD, CDOT, the aldermen, as well as the objectors, and is really the best plan that we can come up for this space. There's really only so many square feet of right-of-way here. We're talking about a 34-foot right-of-way. There's only so many ways that it can be safely cut up.
Okay,
And
Counselor,
we've looked at all the options. So
Counselor, I hear you. We don't need to get into the substance of the case. What I would say is I know that there has been extensive conversations here, and the applicant or the finding of fact is quite extensive. So we're going to hear this one today, and of course, give ample time for objectors to speak and just let it go through the case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one further statement? I just would like to make a formal statement for the record that we believe the failure to grant a continuance is going to harm our ability to review the current proposal and deny us the due process rights we're entitled to present a case. We have witnesses that did not know the plan until last night, and they thus could not prepare formal reports or testimony and are not available and prepared to testify today. I think it's unrealistic to ask experts to testify on a plan that wasn't submitted till 5 o'clock last night. In fact, right now, they don't even know if the street is going to go northbound or southbound, which affects the operation of our properties. So I would ask if you would potentially reconsider this to allow 30 days for us to fully establish the case as we have the right to do.
Okay, unless Counselor Noonan, do you have anything new in response to that? And again, I don't want to get in the substance of the case.
we object to that. We were requested by the city to create plans as recently as Thursday. The direction of the street is something that CDOT is going to determine separate of this request. Again, this request is for locating 34 off-site parking spaces on a proposed garage. The proposed garage is relevant to the request, but it's not the subject of the request. And CDOT will be finalizing the direction of traffic after this process. So we object to the continuance.
Okay, I hear everyone that there's clearly a lot of disagreement on the substance of the case, and everything from our process went in correctly. So therefore, we're going to hear it today. And again, at that point in time, you will both have ample time to state your case. Councilor O'Keefe, I'm going to hear it today, but feel free.
That's fine. But can I make one formal objection, just one last objection, then we're going to move on. Under your rules, the documentation has to be submitted by the deadline, which was Monday, and the plan was never submitted in the record till last night. So in terms of your compliance with your rules, this plan was not formally submitted until after 5 o'clock last night. Is that in compliance with the ZBA process?
Well,
I could comment on that, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. And I'm coordinating with my staff. We've got a lot of matters today. So go ahead, Councilor Pugh. And
yes, thank you. We have on file, well within the time limit, the plan that we are happy to build and proceed with. The plan that was prepared yesterday is an attempt by the alderman and CDOT to compromise and give the objector an opportunity to put a sidewalk on their side of the street, which is what they want. If they don't want that, we've got, a perfect plan that's been on file for quite a while and well within the deadline. This was the city's attempt and the alderman's attempt to put a plan together that would satisfy them.
Mr. Chairman, the plan changed after Monday in terms of the sidewalk that's going to serve this garage, in terms of the parkways, in terms of the loading areas, parking areas. There have been change in the past couple days, and I don't believe that was in compliance with the rules.
Again, Mr. Chair, as my colleague mentioned, there's been a plan timely filed that's on file that we're happy to build, and we're happy to go forward with that. The plans that were submitted most recently were drawn up in an attempt to compromise with the objectors, and they're they're very helpful to them.
Okay.
So
Here's what we're gonna do, because we're not getting into the facts right now. I understand that, I mean, compromise can come up. I hope that there's more compromise today, you know? So we're gonna hear it today, and we're gonna hear all the objectors out. And when it comes down to it, this will be the shot. But Councilor O'Keefe, you'll have ample time to spell all of this out later today.
Mr. Chairman, our experts, because of the late nature of this, they have to take, particularly our traffic expert, has a medical issue that he has to take a family member to after 1:30 today. Is there any way, I mean, we're available, but we would have a key witness that would not be available after 1:30 today. I'd just like to bring that to your attention.
Councilor O'Keefe, I'm sorry, we set a hard line rule a couple months ago that we don't move things around unless the applicant or the main objector has a medical case. So I understand a witness, but it sounds like a lot of due diligence has gone into all of this. So I'm going to look forward to hearing from you all later today. And that's the last on this matter. So talk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Any other requests for continuances or withdrawals?
Question.
Did someone just say something?
Yeah, it's Paris. I was just asking because I have a physical therapy today because I just broke my leg and had surgery. So I just wanted to see how much longer.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like someone, and that's good to know, Ms. Fitzpatrick, because I really don't want to waste your time waiting to see, and then if they show up and object. So is anyone from Councilor O'Shea's office on?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I am here. I apologize for being so late.
That's okay. Who's speaking?
My name is Tristan Carnezes Angus, and I am an aldermanic aide to Chairman O'Shea. And I am on today to voice our office's objection to the special use permit applied for by Ms. Fitzpatrick. And the reason for the objection actually is due to we've received multiple letters from residents as well as 2 from adjoining, well, not adjoining, but close by businesses regarding concern not only for parking and density traffic wise, even though it is on 95th Street, obviously, which is a transportation hub. The residents are very concerned because 95th Street is one of the few thoroughfares in our ward that has pay to park. And I think by nature, people generally find or try to find the free parking instead, which pushes them into our residential streets. Also between, sorry.
No, we don't need to get too deep into the content and the substance. So long as you're objecting from the alderman's office, we will continue this. I would just ask, in the spirit of promoting business in the city, that there's some conversation between the office and Ms. Fitzpatrick to see what can be done so that she can come back to us with a case to open her business. So we will continue it. I'm going to continue this matter 1 month, and that's to March 19th, 2021. And again, this is for 45-21-S. And no further notice will be given, but we'll look forward to speaking to everyone in March.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Any other requests for continuance or withdrawal? Sounds like none. So after all of that, let's get going.
And do you have a number for Kelly?
And really quick, we're going to email you in case you're not still on, Ms. Fitzpatrick, but Because of the objector, you will need to get a witness, and we're happy to talk to you about what that looks like. So without much further ado, the first matter up today is calendar number 629-19-S. So Agnes, when you're present, let me know. And again, if you're not, please mute if you're not currently up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Agnes Plaka. I'm an attorney with law office of Mark Kupiec and Associates, located at 77 West Washington, Chicago. I should have with me today Stephen Williams, who's the president of the applicant's entity. I don't see him yet, but he was logged in. In any event, we are here today to request a one-year continuance or extension of the special use that was so graciously granted by the zoning board last year, December of 2019. The applicant's entity, Flag Social and Athletic Club, this is a non-for-profit corporation. It's a local organization, very well known, very well respected. And at least prior to the pandemic, they were absolutely local hub for social and cultural gatherings. The applicant has applied very diligently permit application after the special use was granted. However, soon thereafter, the pandemic hit, so they experienced delays in processing. They also were advised by the zoning department that they needed an alley access ordinance, which is a city council action, which takes several months to process. So we are hoping to get that permit quite soon. However, we just don't want to take any chances. So we are asking respectfully for that one-year extension.
Great. And Councilor Pleka, is Steve Williams or the applicant on? We need an applicant present for standing.
And is there any chance, Mr. Tech Support, can you see him as logged in? Because I did check with him and he was logged in. I can see him that he is I can see him that he is logged in. Steve,
Yeah.
can you unmute yourself?
Oh, is he just under Steve?
Yeah, Stephen Williams.
Stephen Williams.
Great. There. Okay. Mr. Williams, so that we get you sworn in, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Stephen Williams at 11146 South Albany, Chicago, Illinois, 60655.
Thank you,
Home
Mr.
address.
Williams. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, great. Councilor Pleka, you can carry on. Either just have the applicant confirm everything you said, or however you want to take it forward.
Yes. Steve, you are the president of Flag Social and Athletic Club,
Yes.
and you have retained an architect and an expediter to process your permit application.
Yes.
And after we received approval of the special use last year, you filed permit application diligently and you pursued that permit application.
Yes.
However, due to pandemic, you were not able to obtain the permit yet, correct?
Yes.
And we are hoping, based on the less information we received from the city, that that permit will issue within the next 2 months or so.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, the zoning approval was granted on the permit application, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't want to take any chances and you're asking for this 1 year extension.
Yes.
Okay. And of course, Mr. Chairman, that the delay was exasperated by the fact that they were not able to meet over the past year and their facility was closed. So that's
okay.
also.
Yeah, great. I would just ask, because I know that although this predates me and most of the board, it was approved unanimously. Mr. Williams, can you just give this board a quick overview of what the goals of the Flag Social and Athletic Club are, and how you plan to operate when indeed, and if you do open?
When we reopen, we have our members, over 200 members, and we have gatherings. Then we have fundraisers for the neighborhood, for baseball teams, football teams, basketball teams, baseball league that we donate money to and everything in the neighborhood. And our church, St. Gabriel's.
Okay, great.
Bingo games, everything. We do a lot. Do a lot for the neighborhood.
Any questions from the board on this matter, which I like? We're looking at an extension. The special use was approved, and as they noted, there's been some delays caused related to the pandemic. But any questions from the board?
Good morning. This is Jolene Saul. You mentioned an ordinance being required for alley access. Do you have a sense of timing on that?
Good morning, Commissioner. Yes, it was actually recently approved. So that ordinance has been already
okay, great.
By the City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, sounds like none. Councilor Pleckham, Mr. Williams, thank you for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm now calling in tandem calendar numbers 24-21-Z and 42-21-Z. So Councilor Moore, let us know when you are on the line.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tom Moore, and hopefully we have James Nelson and his architect, Mike Ryan.
Yeah, James Nelson is here and present.
Great. Is Mike Ryan?
Mike Ryan as well.
Mike Ryan here, present, architect.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you would swear the witnesses, I could put on the case.
Yeah, Mr. Nelson, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, James Nelson, 1541 West George Street in Chicago.
And you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Mr. Ryan, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Michael Ryan, 4535 North Kenneth in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
All right. Councilor Moore, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, you're the owner of this home at 1541 West George, and you live there with your wife and 2 children. Is that right?
I'm actually widowed, but I live there with my 2 children. Yes.
I'm sorry. And you actually bought the property in 2013, and you've lived there ever since.
Well, I actually bought it in 1999. It was a rental property, and then we demolished the house and built a single-family home there in 2003.
Okay, and during that entire time, you had an outside deck outside your kitchen, and then you had a garage roof deck that you had access to from the deck outside your kitchen. Is that right?
Correct, and you can see from the photos that it's a wood deck. Yes.
And your family, a lot of your summer family activities are on those 2 decks. Is that right?
Yes, we enjoy the decks. You know, three seasons of the year, not this time of year, but yes, okay. That's correct.
And the wood deck is now rotting, and it needed to be replaced. So you hired Mr. Ryan, and your mandate to him was to replace it, but to maximize the outdoor space. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. We're replacing it. Our intention is to replace it with a steel deck, which will be much stronger. And we're trying to maximize the outdoor living space on that first level deck.
And you have shared your plans with your neighbors on either side, and some of our exhibits are letters of support from them. Is that right?
That's correct.
And also, the Alderman's office asked to see the plans and we shared them with them, and then recently the Alderman Waguespack sent a letter of support as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
As far as you know, there's no one in opposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you and I have worked out an affidavit where we addressed each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant your variance request. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that affidavit. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can we have Mike Ryan? Mr. Ryan, you're a licensed architect, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And pursuant to your mandate from your client, Mr. Nelson, you were asked to maximize, to redesign the wood deck into a steel deck and maximize the outdoor space. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you've tried to do in the new plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it'll comply with all codes and ordinances of the city if we get these variances. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, it fits right into the character of the neighborhood. You've looked at the up and down the block, and there's really a majority of the homes that have garage roof decks and a means to get there. Is that right?
Yes.
There actually will be more functional open space if these variances are granted, if your design is comes to fruition, than there is now. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for this board to grant the variances requested, and if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's the essence of our case. We could, both of these witnesses are available if there are any further questions.
Okay, thank you. So I understand that currently, I believe it's the current connector is legally non-conforming. Can you please tell us whether and explain to us a bit that this new proposed connector isn't extending what was there in any way? That it's just a replacement based on the need for new materials. Can you make that argument for us?
Yeah. So
actually, could I take that one?
Yes, please.
For sure.
First and foremost, I want to say it's not a connector. It's just the stairs to access the garage rooftop, which are not parallel and abutting the garage, and that was the existing condition. So,
okay, can you go back? Can the PowerPoint go back to the photo of the current? Okay, so how I'm viewing this is it's stairs from the deck to the roof. So I apologize if I'm using somewhat of a colloquial way to say connector, but it's connecting the building to the garage.
The outdoor space is only, though, it's open below. It's not an enclosed connector between the house and the
Okay, so let's call it a bridge.
Okay.
Okay, so keep going.
So to respond to your actual question, the stairs are identical in the number of risers and the width. They are just moved further to the west towards the large coach house building. And the reason is to stack that stair over the existing concrete stairs down to the basement and making the circulation space much more efficient on the property, which allows us to maximize the rear yard open space on the deck.
Okay, so no greater width. Any questions from the board as I'm brainstorming this?
Is the Jolene Saul, is the deck that's connected to the house and not the rooftop deck, is that the new one going to be the same size as the existing one?
It is increasing in size to increase the usable rear yard open space.
The deck is increasing? Okay, because Sorry, can you talk that through a little bit more? Does the deck count as the rear yard open space? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So part of this application is we're replacing the existing deck. The existing deck is actually 4 feet 8 inches above grade. Per the zoning code, 4 feet is the limit. And the reason it's 4'8" is because there's an existing emergency generator below the deck, and we can't compromise the clearance under that existing deck. So part of this variation is that increase in one riser height, or 8 inches of the height, for this deck to serve as the rear yard open space. And we are increasing the occupiable and usable rear yard open space by increasing the size of the deck. We're accomplishing the increasing of the size and usable space by stacking the stairs over the existing concrete stair to the basement. And by moving it further west, it's less blocking any shadows to the east neighbor because there's a very large masonry coach house with no windows on the west side of the property. And again, both neighbors are in complete and full support of the project.
Okay, and yeah, and to the architect I mean, what's an alternative? Is there a way to just build a staircase instead of having the bridge?
Well, if the staircase was turned, it would take up more of the usable rear yard open space. I mean, it's possible. It just, you lose space in doing it, and so the design intent, the design goal of the client was to maximize the rear yard open space and usable space.
Yeah, when you say if the stairwell was turned, you mean if it was kind of horizontal on the back of the garage? Because assumedly, couldn't there be some spiral staircase that had a pretty minimal footprint?
A spiral staircase would not be zoning code compliant either. So we'd be here at the ZBA for a spiral stair just the same.
Got it, yeah. Okay, more questions from the board.
One more. What's the square footage of the deck attached to the house?
I unfortunately, let me see.
Because one of the requests is to move the required rear yard space to the garage deck. So I'm just trying to.
That's how the zoning reviewer wrote it, which, my opinion, it's really accomplished on this, where it should be on this deck. It's 292 square feet.
And is the garage the 203, or is the garage bigger?
The garage is bigger than that. It's 21 by 21, so around 440 or whatever it is.
So if I may, the result is you basically will have two spaces that each exceed the open space requirement. The only difference being that the one on the deck outside the kitchen is 8 inches above the 4 feet that where it would count by itself. Is that right? Mike, is that right?
What was that, Tom?
So you'll actually have two spaces, outdoor spaces, each of which more than exceed the requirement. The only difference being that the lower space, the space outside the kitchen, is 8 inches higher than it would be for it to be able to count by itself.
That's correct.
Okay, and I know you've already answered this, but just as we're working through it, because I know that, you know, this is already there. So just to confirm, this will not be an increased footprint from what already exists there in any way?
The size of the deck is increased by moving the stair further west to stack it over the existing basement stair. And both the client and even the feedback we received from the alderman's office that the goal was to maximize the rear yard open space. So the square footage of this new deck is more square footage than the existing deck, but that's the desired goal by everyone involved in the project.
And the policy to have more open space.
Mm-hmm.
So really just by simply shifting the same stair further west, where again, there's a really big coach house with no windows and no negative impact, it increases the potential sun and wind to the east neighbor without negatively impacting anyone. And it provides accomplishes the goal of creating more rear yard open space.
Got it. Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one more, Jolene again. I'm sure you stated this earlier, but can you just succinctly state what the hardship is here on this property?
The hardship is the owner built this house in 2003. At the time, it was zoning code compliant, and wishes to continue what has now become a non-compliance in order to maximize the rear yard open space. Another zoning code that didn't exist at the time, the rear yard open space, but has become something of interest of all parties.
Okay, and would you consider it a requirement that the current setup is torn down and replaced?
Yes, we're also rebuilding it all out of steel structure and porcelain pavers, making it non-combustible, inherently safer and much more durable than the existing condition. So we're also improving the life safety, which is not really applicable to the zoning ordinance, but desirable choice.
Okay, any questions from the board? All right, we're going to take this under consideration. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Next matter was continued, so we're going to call calendar number 44-21-S. And this is at 7132 North Hall. Okay, and this is for a pro se beauty salon. So Jeanette, I believe you're going to be reading the DPD recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. So will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeanette Velasquez. I am a project coordinator for the Zoning Board of Appeals located at City Hall.
And you swear to affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Go right ahead with your recommendation.
The department's recommendation is for approval of the proposed beauty salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the beauty salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale, design, and operating characteristics. And lastly, the proposed beauty salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you, Jeanette. Is Ms. Gennaro on?
I am. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Naro. Good morning. And
Good morning.
before we get going, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Melissa Gennaro, 3906 North Ashland Avenue, Chicago, 60613. I realized on my form I wrote the address of the salon instead of my home.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, wonderful. So what brings you here today?
Well, I have been a business owner for over 20 years. I've been in the beauty business for closer to 30 years. I actually started working at a salon in high school in the same ward. I went to high school in this ward. My business was downtown in the Loop. I was at Washington and Wabash for about 15 years of my career. After closing that salon, I just kind of moved around a little bit, found that moving back to my roots and the neighborhood I grew up in would benefit myself and my business much more. I'm a single mom as well, and I have all my family and friends here. I love the Edison Park community, and it's really, brings me joy to know that I'm a part of the growth of the community as well. I have a lot of friends and family that are also business owners in the area, and it's really flourishing. I think that it's going to be one of the best moves I've made for business so far.
Okay, that's great. And can you tell us a little bit about how the salon will operate, number of technicians, stations, COVID protocols, all the kind of minute-to-minute stuff?
So I'm a one-man shop. Before COVID, I thought of maybe bringing in, having an assistant, and as I grow, the business can grow. The space is large, but it's pretty small to have too many people in there at once. So with COVID protocol, first off, I'm appointment only, so I wouldn't have a revolving door of walk-ins. I've operated my business that way for many, many years. Being on the 8th floor of the Pittsfield building, you don't get walk-ins. People don't really know you're there unless they know you're there. So it would be appointment only. I would take one client in, one client out. I would have space to, even if I had 2 clients in there at one time, I would have another space that's far enough away so clients really aren't close together. If I have a color processing and a men's haircut in the cutting studio. Sanitation is huge for the state of Illinois in general when it comes to our licensing. I'm also a licensed cosmetology teacher, so I understand that cleanliness, part of our state board is all about not spreading disease. So all the protocols, the taking temperature, hand sanitizer, wiping everything down with Cavi wipes, and just keeping a really clean space has always been a top priority for me. Again, because I'm a licensed cosmetologist in the state of Illinois, so it really has to be. But I think that most important, just having one client come in and one client in, one client out, makes people this day and age feel so much more comfortable about what's going on in the world.
Yeah, that all makes sense. And I guess, so, and you've answered pretty much all the questions that we would typically ask. I know it's appointment only, but do you have like hours for limits?
I do. So the building is mostly commercial real estate downstairs. There's one commercial space upstairs, and then there's 3 units that are apartments. So I wouldn't really operate late hours. I would say that generally it would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But being that it's my own space and I'm only one person, sometimes people are off on Monday and they want their hair done. So I come in, but I'm not there at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
But generally I would say it's more about 11 to 7, Saturday 9 to 5.
Okay. Okay.
industry standard, I guess.
Yeah, any questions from the board?
I just have one question. This is Commissioner Sanchez. When you were mentioning your COVID protocols and sanitation, you might have said it, but I might have missed it. Are you requiring your customers to wear masks, and will you be wearing a mask while your customer is with you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's really the only way to do things now.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you talk about any other personal services businesses near the one you're planning to open?
There is a massage therapist on the first floor of the building. She's been there since the owner, Patrick Barrett, purchased the building. I know that there's a nail salon next door in the strip mall. And then there used to be a Supercut, but that got closed. That closed during COVID. So I don't think that there's another hair salon for a few blocks.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. Mr. Naro, thank you for your time today, and we'll take this under consideration.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Looks like the next two matters have been continued. That is 45-21-S and 46-21-S. So next up, we're going to be calling 47-21-Z for 1646 West 32nd Street. Mr. or Mrs. Wu, let me know when you're present.
Mr. Wu, you have to unmute yourself. We can see you, but you have to click on the unmute button.
Mr. Wu, step one is great that we can see you. I think if you find the unmute on this system, then we'll be able to get going.
Got it.
Is that Mr. Wu?
Yeah.
Great. Will you please state your name and address for the record, sir?
Spong Wu, 1646 West 32nd Place.
Ok, rồi đấy, đây là mail.
Xuân Thanh Vũ.
Cái địa chỉ係
1646 West 32nd Place.
Great. And just to confirm, is there a translator present?
Yes, I am. My name is Frederick Chong, and
Okay.
my address is 1109 AB Court in Libertyville, Illinois, please.
Great. Mr. Chung, do you swear or affirm to accurately translate to English? And will you let us know from what language you will be translating from?
From Chinese, please. Cantonese Chinese.
Cantonese, okay. So do you swear or affirm to accurately translate from Cantonese to English and from English to Cantonese?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So how the translation goes for how we do it is whatever I say or any board member says, you translate directly into Cantonese, and whatever your Mr. or Mrs. Wu say, you translate to English directly to us. So with that, I'm gonna swear in Mr. and Mrs. Wu. So Mr. Wu, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I'm going to translate it to him right now, okay? 你今日覺得係真嘅，佢要你實現。
Yes.
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 And that's Mr. Wu saying yes, correct? And I'll get to Mrs. Wu.
Yes.
Great. And Mrs. Wu, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, great. So what brings you both here today?
Okay, the reason Mrs. Wu is seeking for the variation to reduce the west side setback from 2.02 feet to 3.88 feet. That can combine the setback from 506 to 4.88 feet. And this addition must be the original of the home. And the addition is built on top of the existing foundation for the home also. And also, Mrs. Wu is planning to stay to save the house. And also they planning to keep this property for the family for forever. That's why we're here today to seek for the variation approval from the board. And that's why we're here today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Let me explain it to them what I just said to you, okay?
I know it's going a little bit off of our procedure, but if you could just, for our purposes, just confirm with them everything.
Okay. 頭先咧，我就同你講咗，你今日咧就係去攞佢嘅 approval、setback approval 這個段由2.02去到3.88，咁咧就同埋咧，你哋咧就唔會係搬嘅，唔會諗住自己會喺度。Okay, they confirm it, Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so a few questions immediately come to mind, and board members feel free to voice in as well. But I just want to confirm. So the Wu's, Mr. and Mrs. Wu, you purchased this home with the addition already made, correct?
Let me explain to them, okay? 你買嗰陣時，依間屋嗰陣時已經喺度，係咪？已經喺度啊，已經完成。Yes, Chairman, they have confirmed that when they bought the house, the addition is already in place.
Okay, great. And how did you receive a notice, or how did you find out that the addition was not in compliance with code?
你點知道佢嗰個 setback 係有問題？咁我就同你答咗佢好冇？咪先啊，呢點答？我識答。Okay, the reason they notice they have received what happened is when they bought the homes, that is some kind of the code violation for the house, and they have submitted the permit to the building department for review and asked for the permit to clean up the basement. And when they submit the building permit, and the planning department have noticed that as the sunroom in the back has some kind of the setback violation, that's the reason they received the notice from the planning department that is a violation occurred for that property. That's why we are here today to seek for the violation approval.
Okay, great. And on that note, so the hardship here, if you were to not get the variance, you would have to demolish the addition, which would get rid of any access to the basement. Is that correct?
Let me explain to them first, okay? 如果今日唔批嘅你最麻煩係乜嘢？你要拆咗個 roof 啦，係咪？同埋要拆咗新 room 去 ，okay? The hardship for this, because as you can see the cross section of the real building, they have to be remove the entire roof system because the sunroom is already part of the house. And in order to remove the sunroom, they have to remove the entire roof in the back, and also the foundation for the sunroom is a part of the house also when they construct it. In order to remove that foundation, they almost have to redone the whole back side of the house, and that is a pretty major construction work also, please.
Yeah, and it sounds like it's a major construction work that could be to a great expense. Do you have any estimate of what the expense would be for that?
Let me ask them. 如果你哋想整個 roof 去問你需要幾多錢？你哋一個5萬蚊到啦，係咪？好啦，唔好即快啲講啦，4萬啦。They have okay. They have asked the construction company to give them the really rough construction estimate cost, and the cost will be somewhere around 30 to 40,000, and they don't know the extent yet because they have to be figure out how to bring that construction equipment to remove the foundation in the backyard also, please.
Got it. Yep. Understood. Any questions from the board?
Yeah.
Sounds like no more questions. So Mr. Chung, thank you for translating, and Mr. and Mrs. Wu, thank you for your time today. We will take this under consideration.
Okay, I will. Okay,
thank you.
Say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you both so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So we will receive the further notice from the Chicago Planning Department, right?
Yeah, so if you stay tuned for our whole meeting, we'll we'll read a vote. We'll read a vote at the end, which it'll go into nighttime, but there will be a decision that by the end of the day.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate for your time.
Yep, thank you all. Okay, next up, calendar number 48-21-S, which is at 2255 West Roscoe. And Jeanette, if you were on, if you could go ahead and read the recommendation for this pro se beauty salon.
Of course. Once again, my name is Jeanette Velasquez, and I am here to read the recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. The department recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area. And lastly, it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez. Is Ms. Krolowski on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And Ms. Krolowski, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board for being here and having me. My name is Sarah Krolowski, and I'm at 1523 North California Avenue, apartment 3S.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. So what brings you here today?
So I am here to obtain a special use for a salon in an already existing commercial space in Roscoe Village.
Okay, great. Can you tell us a little bit about first your experience in the salon industry, and then a little bit on how the salon will operate as intended?
Absolutely. So I've been in the industry in Chicago, in Lakeview and Roscoe Village for about 13 years. I've worked both at a larger salon and then also just independently by myself in a studio space. Pretty much, I'd say about 90% of my clientele already lives in Roscoe Village, West Lakeview. So this is extremely convenient for them. It's going to have 5 chairs, which with COVID going on, in the beginning, most likely I'll only have 3 stylists. That way I can keep everyone socially distanced. But basically going to bring in other talent. It's going to have a very modern, but inviting atmosphere. And I want to continue to support and contribute to the neighborhood. Since I have so many clients that already live there, I'm consistently donating to, like when schools have fundraisers, that sort of thing, and they're doing auctions. I already donate to those sorts of things. So I'm excited to be part of the Roscoe Village neighborhood and the Chamber of Commerce. And yeah, I'm going to be very, very strict about COVID. I've been somebody that's run very much on the paranoid side. So masks are absolutely recommended and mandatory. I sanitize before, after, during. I also don't allow clients to bring anybody with them, like no kids or anybody else. So it's just one-on-one, that sort of a thing. I follow all the CDC guidelines, Barbicide, all of that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank you. Sounds like a lot of steps are taking place. Do you have intended hours for the salon?
Yeah, very, very standard for the industry. like a Tuesday through Saturday, I would say like a 9 to 8 type of a situation. Never to exceeding like a 8:30, 9 o'clock time frame.
Great. And are most of the neighbors commercial, or what's this district look like?
So on my block specifically, there are condos above me, which I do have the support from my tenant and the other people in the building. Right next to me is a doctor's office. And then across the street is a great little donut coffee shop. Then there's a bunch of residential, and then there's like a wine bar, wine shop on the corner. That's for that block.
Great. Any questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Krolowski, it sounds like there's no more questions. So thank you for your time today, and we're going to take this under consideration.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yep. Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Okay, next up, let's call matter 50-21-S. Which is at 2313 to 2317 West North Avenue. And as counselor and the applicant gets settled, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. So for calendar number 50-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor, ground floor, and basement to convert an existing 4-dwelling unit mixed-use building to a 7-dwelling unit mixed-use building with 4 parking spaces, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 9th, 2020, with cover elevations and sections dated August 21st, 2020, and site plan and TSL certification plan dated February 10th, 2021, all prepared by 360 Design Studio. Is Fred Augustin on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Counselor, you can go ahead and move forward. We'll get everyone sworn in.
Okay. So good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Fred Augustin. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, HQ Studio Development Group, LLC. Applicant owns the properties at 2313 to 17 West North Avenue. Properties are improved with 2 3-story mixed-use buildings, as well as a rear 1-story building with a basement. The plan is to keep all 3 buildings. With the rear 1-story building, the plan is to establish 3 residential units at the ground floor. Property is zoned B32 Community Shopping District, and under the B32 district, residential use below the second floor is only permitted through special use approval. Here with me this morning on behalf of the applicant, Michael Yeagle, our appraiser, Sylvester J. Kerwin. Also present, I believe, on this is also our architect, Chris Baum, just to answer any questions the board just may have, design oriented. So with that, Mr. Yeagle, please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Yeagle, 23, I'll start that again. Michael Yeagle, 2317 West North Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
And you are a member of the applicant HQ Studio Development Group, LLC, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And real quick, Mr. Yeagle, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Yeagle, so you applicant owns the property at 2313 to 17 West North Avenue, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And the properties are improved with 2 3-story mixed-use buildings, as well as a rear 1-story warehouse building, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that rear 1-story warehouse building, that's basically set back at the rear of the property, which is also partially behind the building 2315 West North Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the address of that property is 2313 West North Avenue, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And as stated previously, the building at 2315 West North Avenue is also a 3-story mixed-use building with commercial and 2 dwelling units above.
That's correct.
And the commercial space within that building is currently vacant, correct?
Correct.
But for the 2 units are occupied, just to be clear, right?
The 2 units above, actually yes, the 2 units are occupied above.
Okay. As for 2317 West North Avenue, that's also improved with a 3-story mixed-use building with commercial and 2 dwelling units above. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that commercial space in 2317, that's occupied by your real estate brokerage business, right?
That's correct.
All right. The plan is to keep all 3 structures? Yes?
Correct. Yes.
And your plan is to expand your business within the vacant commercial space at 2315 West North Avenue, correct?
That's correct.
As for the 1-story warehouse at 2313 West North Avenue, your plan is to rehab it and establish 3 dwelling units, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you know, residential below the 2nd floor is only permitted under the B32 pursuant to special use approval, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which is the reason why we're here before this board, correct?
Correct.
These units will be duplexed into the basement, correct?
Yes.
As for the parking, your original plan showed 5 on-site parking spaces behind 2317 West North Avenue, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to break it down, 2 of the spaces were existing and the 3 additional spaces would serve the 3 dwelling units, is that correct?
That's correct.
But after working with the Department of Planning and Development, you agreed to reduce the parking down to 4 spaces, is that correct?
Yes.
And the reduction in 1 parking spaces was permitted since the property was a transit-oriented development under the zoning ordinance, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and essentially the property is about 456 feet from the Western Avenue CTA bus line, correct?
That is correct.
On your behalf, my office submitted an affidavit that you executed, correct?
That is correct.
And if we continued, your testimony here today would be consistent with the facts presented in your affidavit, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now I'll turn to Mr. Kerwin. Mr. Kerwin, are you on?
Yes, good morning.
Mr. Kerwin, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Sylvester Bud Kerwin. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. Address is 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And Bud, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, and the board acknowledges your expertise.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Kerwin, and just your credentials, you're a member of the Appraisal Institute with the MAI designation, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were hired to assess whether the proposed special use complies with the standards under the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes,
correct?
that is also correct.
And part of that review involved inspecting the property as well as the surrounding properties in the area, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct also.
Now, with regards to the 1-story warehouse building at 2313 West North Avenue, in your professional opinion, the highest and best use of this space would be the residential use that is proposed, is that correct?
Yes, I concluded with that after my inspection of the neighborhood area there.
And this is true, especially given the size of the space and how it's situated towards the rear of the property, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The building, that portion of it is set back a little more than 60 feet from North Avenue.
Yeah, so essentially just to add to that, there's no street frontage along North Avenue with that.
No, and the market demand for retail for such uses as dining or drinking establishments is almost dissipated.
Yeah, and that's due to COVID-19, COVID-19.
Yes, that significantly contributed to it.
Okay, so based on your review, the proposed special use complies with the standards, correct?
Yes, it does.
And you have prepared a written report as well as executed an affidavit reflecting your proposed findings and testimony, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And if you continued, your testimony here today would be consistent with the facts presented in your report as well as in that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for these 2 witnesses. Again, the architect, Chris Baum, is on just to help answer any questions related to design if it's warranted by the board. So.
Great. Let's get Mr. Baum sworn in just in case there's questions. So Mr. Baum, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Christopher Bohm, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, good. Thank you. So one question I have, and I know it doesn't, we're viewing this as special use, but it indirectly touches on our special use factors. Can you give us a little more insight on what parking is like in the neighborhood and whether or not this will add to any type of neighborhood congestion?
This question is for me?
Forever who sees fit. It's probably not for the architect, I'm guessing. It could be for
probably Mr. Kerwin.
Yep.
Yes, this is, as you can see in my report, this is a dense neighborhood along here. The parking is available is really almost a plus for this particular property here. Although my research indicated many of the residents use public transportation and walk. As we noted, we're in the closely to the transportation bus stop at Western Avenue there.
Yep.
I'd like to add that we're also, just a few blocks from the Damon Blue Line stop.
Yes, that's correct.
Great.
And since we purchased the property, we have not had any tenants rent parking from us.
Okay.
They just they don't need it.
What will the square footage of the new units approximately be?
Chris, I don't know if you have that in front of you. If you could address that.
I'm just checking now.
Which one will be?
And on that note, I guess it kind of goes in tandem, but I'm trying to get a sense of whether, do you think there will be families in these units or is it more fit to individuals? I'm just trying to get a vision of who will occupy.
So two of the new units will be 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom units.
Okay.
The third unit will be a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit. So they're sort of designed for young professional, recent college grads moving to the city to work. Each bedroom has an ensuite bathroom.
Mr. Chairman, I might add on page 10 and 11 in my report, I give a breakdown of the proposed use, the number of units, the size, and so forth like that, if that's a little bit more helpful.
Yep. We just like to get some of this stuff on the record.
I'm just getting those numbers for you now.
Great, thank you. In the meantime, any questions from the board?
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. I have a couple. So it looks like, but I just want to confirm. So if I'm walking along North Avenue, the street frontage, it's just 2 spaces and they're still commercial. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then can you describe how you enter the residential portion, the new residential portion of the building, since it's at the back of the site?
It's at the back of the site. Mm-hmm.
So but how do you access it? So if I'm coming home,
you walk in through a gate across the patio. That'll be the upper left of the plan that's on the screen.
Okay.
And in between the 2 buildings.
So if I could just add in, maybe Mr. Yeagle could also add. So when you're walking down the street, North Avenue, so there's a gate in front of 2313. When you enter that gate, there's a courtyard. So there's an open area and you proceed down that courtyard and then you see the entrance to the proposed 3 units.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to add for the record, the units are 1,500 square feet each.
Okay, yep. Okay, any other questions from the board? sounds like none. So again, just for the board's clarity, we're just viewing this as a special use. We're not getting into any other issues here. So thank you everyone for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, now let's call matter 51-21-Z at 5230 North Kenmore Avenue. Mr. Ash, let me know when you're on.
Hello?
Is that Councilor Ash?
Yep, I'm just, okay, here I am.
Great.
Good morning. My name is Barry Ash. I'm an attorney and I'm representing Providence Condominium Association. And the property subject to this hearing is commonly known as 5230 North Kenmore, which is improved with a 4-story 20 dwelling unit condominium. It also has a parking garage, which is open air. It is not enclosed. And the purpose for the variation is to enclose the garage. So what's going to happen is a roof is going to be constructed on the north and south of the garage in order to enclose the garage. And the reason why the applicant wants to enclose the garage is it is currently open and there's piping that has water servicing all the units, and they've been freezing up in the past, and it's been creating a tremendous expense when they burst. So that is the variation. I do have 2 witnesses present. The first is Robert Creason, who is the president of the Condominium Association, and I also have the architect, Gina DeMaria, who's with J. DeMaria Architects. So if you would like to swear those witnesses in.
Yep, that would be great. So, Mr. Charles, will you please state your name and address for the record? Mr. Charles, can you hear me? See if you're
yes,
Yep.
This is Robert Creason.
Oh, Mr. Creason, sorry, I had
Yes.
it wrong. Mr. Creason, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Robert Creason, 5230 North Kenmore, Unit 2B, Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
You. Ms. DeMaria, are you there as well?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Gina DeMaria, and my address is 824 West Superior Street in Chicago, 60642.
Thank you, Ms. DeMaria. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, great. Councilor Ash, did I miss anyone?
Nope, I have just those 2.
Great.
Robert, can you please confirm that you did sign an affidavit setting forth that the statements set forth on the findings of fact are true and correct as it relates to the variation request?
Yes, I did.
And if you were asked to testify this morning, would your testimony be consistent with what is set forth in the findings of fact in which you provided an affidavit for?
Yes.
And I did set forth to the board, and I don't want to take too much of their time, and they could ask questions if they do have questions. Can you just briefly describe why you need to enclose the garage?
Well, we've been experiencing freezing pipes probably over the last 5-6 years, mainly due to probably climate change. And we've had one unit that had their radiant heat. I think it probably burst 3 separate times. And so now when the temperature falls below 32 degrees, we're instructing them to put antifreeze into their showers. So it's been a very, it's an inconvenience for the owners to have to do this. So that's why we're trying to get the roof on either side of the garage so we could keep it heated and the exposed pipes will not freeze.
Okay, thank you for that. Gina, again, as I asked Robert, did you sign an affidavit setting forth that the statement set forth in the findings of fact, which I presented to the Zoning Board of Appeals, is true and correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify this morning relating to any questions the board may have, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit relating to the findings of fact.
Yes.
Okay. The board, I could have her briefly describe what is being proposed, or I could have her available for questions, whatever your pleasure is.
You know, I think we can be available. We'll ask questions. I understand it, and I get the hardship here relating to the pipes. I guess if we could hear a little bit more about how this wouldn't be against the essential character of the neighborhood, just a little bit about the neighbors. Sure. And what they've done for this issue.
All right, Gina, if you could describe the neighbors on either side, and if you could also state that when you describe it, when we're going to put the roof on the garage, that we're using existing sidewalls, you know, that are already existing, so there is really not going to be much of
Correct.
impact.
Correct. Okay. You really cannot see you won't be able to see the roofs from either side yard unless you're looking down into it. And like Mr. Ash said, there are existing retaining walls that are for the sides of the garage to get down. So all we're proposing is just roofing them over, again, to enclose the pipes and create a climate controlled area. So it doesn't change the character or have a detriment to it, in my opinion. If anything, it actually closes off looking down into the garage. So I think it's actually might be more pleasing if anything. But and then also the height of the walls are there. These retaining walls are partial below grade because they sort of disappear as you get up to the alley. So they're only partially above grade, halfway through.
Okay. I hope that answers the question you may have, and she's available for further questions.
Okay, great. And has this been discussed with all the residents of the condo association?
Yes, Robert, if you can discuss, I know you've had conversations with your neighbors.
Yes, I did text the president of the association north of us, and he didn't seem to have any objections. And I don't know, the building south of us, I believe, is a Habitat building. So it's, there's several people who live in that building, but I have not had any contact with the people who live on the south side.
Okay. Any additional questions from members of the board?
This is Jolene Saul. I'm assuming this is just how it needed to be described, but in the description in the agenda, it says 2 roof decks, but I'm assuming you're not intending to use the new, the roof for outdoor space. So can you confirm either way?
No, that will not be used for outdoor space at all. It's just to enclose the garage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The deck, if I may, the deck may refer to, it's the deck of our structure. So it's not an actual active deck.
No, that's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, sounds like none. Thank you everyone for your time, and we will take this under consideration.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next up, I'm going to be calling calendar number 52-21-S, which is at 7127 North Western Avenue. And as everyone gets situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation here. For calendar number 52-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a one-lane drive-through facility to serve a proposed Starbucks restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Starbucks Corporation, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of August 10th, 2020, with site plan dated February 10th, 2020, with CDOT PRC approval on 8/7/2020, and landscape plans dated February 18th, 2021, prepared by Design Studio 24 LLC. Councilor Barnes, let us know when you're present.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am present. I can see you and I can hear everyone. I'm not sure if my other witnesses are present yet. If that can be confirmed, Mitch Goltz, Tom Hanrahan, and Terry O'Brien, and as well, I think we have Luay Abuna. Are you all present?
Sarah, this is Mitch.
Terry O'Brien here.
Sarah, this is Mitch. I have Gary Evan, the architect, behind me.
Okay.
So here. So
Tom, are you available?
Tom Hanrahan's here, yep.
Okay, great. And I think we do have Luay Abuna as well, Mr. Chairman.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect.
Luay as well. Hey, Councilor Barnes, since there's quite a few, do you want me to just get them all sworn in?
That would be amazing, Mr. Chairman, for efficiency. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want me to say their name again for the record, or?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so before I begin, good morning again, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm happy to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant, Starbucks Corporation, as well as the property owner, GW Western and Tui LLC. Here with us today, virtually, we have a few witnesses. On behalf of Starbucks Corporation, the applicant, we have Tom Hanrahan. As well, on behalf of the property owner and landlord, we have Mitchell Goltz. We have our MAI certified appraiser, Terry O'Brien, as well as our project architect, Gary Eben, and our traffic consultant and engineer, Luay Abuna.
Great. Okay, I'm just going to go down the list and get everyone sworn in. So let's start with Mr. Hanrahan. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Thomas Hanrahan, 1460 North Webster Street, Naperville, Illinois, 60563.
Great. And Mr. Hanrahan, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Goltz, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Mitch Goltz, 2211 North Elston, Suite 304, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you, Mr. Goltz. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Terry O'Brien, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Terrence O'Brien, maintain offices at 7383 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois, professional real estate appraiser and consultant.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And the board acknowledges your expertise based on appearing many times before us.
Thank you.
Mr. Eben, will you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm Gary Eben, Design Studio 24, 2211 North Elston, Chicago.
And Mr. Eben, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Finally, Mr. Abuna, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Luay Abuna, A-B-O-N-A. Address is 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Abuna. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
All right. Councilor Barnes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I may just quickly, again for housekeeping, if it pleases the board, would you acknowledge Mr. Abuna as well as an expert in his area of professional expertise?
Yeah, Mr. Abuna has been in front of us several times before, and I do acknowledge his expertise.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
With that, we come before you here today seeking a special use, which will allow for Starbucks to operate a single lane drive-through restaurant at the subject site, which such site is being redeveloped by the owner into a multi-tenant, mixed-use commercial and retail complex, commonly referred to as a strip mall. Starbucks is intended to be a single tenant operator within that complex. Believe it or not, it has been a long road getting here, which such adventure started back in September of 2019 with Alderwoman Silverstein and many of the residents that make up this vibrant community, all of whom have been anxiously awaiting the new Starbucks. As a little bit of background and information, the subject property comprises the southeast corner of Western Avenue and Touhy Avenue, which has become a vital, widely transversed intersection for this mobile community, merging the quaint residential subdivisions with the bustling commercial corridor. For many, many, many years, the site was improved with a single one-story restaurant building, which was operated most recently by Baker's Square. Unfortunately, that restaurant closed its door a few years ago, and the property has remained vacant and completely deactivated ever since. A little over a year ago, the applicant purchased the property with the intent to redevelop the site with a new one-story multi-use commercial building, which would contain a variety of commercial, retail, and office uses, including at the express request of the community, at least one quick service restaurant and cafe, i.e. our Starbucks. Along these lines, and shedding a little bit more light on our timeline, in order to permit the overall development proposal, the owner needed to first amend the underlying zoning classification for the property to allow for the diverse uses the community desired. As such, in and around May 20th of 2020, City Council ratified an ordinance changing the zoning classification for the site to the current B32 district, pursuant to the same set of architectural plans that you have before you here today. As indicated, for many months prior thereto, the owner and its design team worked closely with Alderwoman Silverstein and the West Chamber of Commerce towards the design and programming for the proposed new building and uses. As well, the applicant participated in several community meetings hosted by and in cooperation with Alderman Silverstein in order to discuss the proposal and garner feedback regarding the same. Much of the design and functional features found in our current proposal, which is before this board here today, were driven by and as a result of the community review. In particular, with regard to this specific application for Starbucks. Towards that end, Mr. Chairman, I believe that Alderwoman Silverstein has provided an additional email letter of her support, and there is a letter of support from her in the file as well.
Yep, and that's correct. We've heard the support from the Alderwoman.
Perfect. Focusing then just on Starbucks, which is the only subject of the pending special use application, the applicant is slated to lease and occupy the northernmost end unit of the new one-story 4-unit building. The interior of the applicant's unit will feature just about 2,000 square feet of operational space, which will allow for a small prep kitchen, service bar, display coolers, back of house storage, and modest indoor seating area for customers. The programming for this Starbucks, again, as driven by the community, also calls for the erection of a single lane drive-through that will wrap around the building in a U-shape, starting at the south end along the public alley, then moving behind the entirety of the rear of the building, completing that process at the north end where customers will collect their order and exit directly out onto Touhy or back into the large surface parking lot. This design allows for queuing of at least 13 vehicles at one time, wholly within the 4 corners of the site, with no interference or obstruction of any interior drive aisles or external access drives. Such a design not only meets but far exceeds normal industry standards for internal drive-through queuing, the baseline for which within the city of Chicago is about 8. So that this Starbucks will have over 150% more internal queuing than your standard quick service drive-through facility. It is this single lane access drive-through and only this drive-through that brings us before the honorable board this morning. Based on the incredible reputation and experience of this particular applicant and the design as already briefly described, along with the particular operating procedures adopted by Starbucks at all of its Chicagoland locations, we believe that this proposed drive-through facility meets all of the standards and requirements for a special use as set forth in the zoning ordinance, which such belief, I believe, has been confirmed by our expert appraiser, Mr. O'Brien. Before I continue with my witnesses, Mr. Chairman, I do have one matter that I would like to note for the record. It's a little bit unique to this property. The subject property, as it has existed and operated for well over 50 years, is served by two existing driveways. One such driveway at the north end of the site, which has direct access off of and onto Toohey Avenue, and the other such driveway at the southwest corner of the site with direct access off of and onto Western Avenue. I don't know if Ms. Vasquez could maybe advance the slides. There should be a site plan. This is somewhat right. Thank you. Perfect, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you. Since Toohey Avenue is an intrastate roadway at this juncture, movements to and along that roadway are controlled by the state through the Illinois Department of Transportation, while Western Avenue remains under the control of the city by and through the Chicago Department of Transportation. As such, for this project, both CDOT and IDOT share jurisdiction. Therefore, before any permits for the development are issued, both CDOT and IDOT must mutually approve the corresponding site plan, in particular with regard to ingress and egress through those two driveways that I just described. The site plan that you have in front of you here today has already preliminarily been reviewed by and approved by CDOT. IDOT, however, does not complete its review or approvals until all local entitlements are complete and a formal permit application has been submitted. Nonetheless, in an attempt to expedite these efforts, our traffic engineer, Mr. Abuna, has already begun review with IDOT, and we have reason to believe that there may be some discord between CDOT and IDOT in terms of limiting movements to and from the site. As you can see in this site plan, CDOT currently has us limiting movements out onto Western Avenue. And that means that they are allowing only a right turn out. So you can't turn right or left. You can only turn right onto Western. We have reason to believe, however, that IDOT is going to take the converse position and desire that we limit our egress out onto Toohey to a right only. In order for this drive-through to function in a safe manner, especially for public welfare and pedestrians in and around the site, the applicant does require that at least one of those two driveways allows for permits on two-way movements out of the site. So we would need either two-way movement out onto Western or Toohey, but to have both of them limited or restricted to right turns only will compromise the safety for the pedestrians at and around the site, as well as internal movements, vehicular movements. As a result of this kind of dynamic that we have going on, and just to be clear again, IDOT and CDOT must both approve the site plan before any permits are issued. So based on the foregoing, I would respectfully ask that any final determinations related to this special use application, and in particular, the corresponding resolution and any associated conditions, reflect that the special use be tied to the site plan that is ultimately sanctioned by both CDOT and IDOT, and that it not be strictly limited to only the site plan that has preliminary CDOT approval. Above and beyond these sister agency approvals, any final permits are subject to the review and approval of the city's Department of Planning and Development, who are bound to the four corners of the resolution that is drafted by this board, and the corresponding architectural and site plans. As such, we just want to be prudent and proactive in avoiding any truly damaging disconnect when it comes to permitting, which could cause us to have to redo this entire process. So if it pleases the board, and I'm not sure if you need to converse with Mr. Valenciano, but we would ask that any conditions and certainly the resolution reflect that the special use is tied to the site plan that ultimately is approved by both CDOT and IDOT.
Yeah, I've got it, Councilor Barnes, and that should be fine. Let me just discuss a little bit, but that it should be fine.
And I can continue if you want to have dialogue.
Yes,
Can I ask a quick question? This is Jolene Saul. What's the timing? I know it's hard to predict sometimes with agencies, but do you have a sense of timing for resolving this issue?
If I may allow, Commissioner Saul, if I may allow for Mr. Abuna, perhaps, or Mr. Goals, but to address that question. That's a great question.
Sure.
Mr. Abuna, are you able to answer Commissioner Saul's question?
Yes, thank you. This is Louis Abuna. IDOT's process is very slow, unfortunately. It takes a good 12 weeks before you can receive any kind of a response. So we are in with them right now, and we anticipate perhaps receiving some response in the next couple months. But they're certainly very slow in terms of their turnaround time.
Thank you, Mr. Abuna. And Commissioner Saul, this particular applicant, or not applicant, excuse me, property owner, GW, by and through Mitchell Goltz, they have actually encountered this exact disconnect on another project on the north side for a Portillo's drive-through. And it's my understanding, and again, Mr. Goltz may be able to go into further description on that, but that IDOT, that when it comes to final permitting, IDOT and CDOT will actually work together on those movements until they come to a mutual agreement. But it does take time, as Mr. Abuna indicated.
And Councilor, no, go ahead, Commissioner.
I know you have a presentation to go through, but this is kind of key for me. So is there a reason why you're going now as opposed to when you have a final site plan?
So IDOT actually requires that we, again, get those local entitlements before they will finish their review.
I do want to
It seems backwards to me, but.
I do want to say, Commissioner, that it's
who's speaking? Sorry, who's speaking?
Sorry, Mitch, may you please identify your full name for the record?
This is Mitch Goltz, GW Property. I just want to state, just to clarify what Sarah said, the site plan itself is not changing what it looks like, parking, building, drive-through, it's even driveway for that matter. It really is just the directional arrows and whether any movements would be limited with the proposed access points. But this is not a change to the plan itself. It's more just the definition of the access in and out with the proposed access points. So
yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I understood that point, but yeah, no, that's an important distinction. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think so, Councilor, we have Steve Valenciano, I believe, is on the line. Steve, can we talk about, if you are on, the potential of changing the recommendation on the record? Steve, let me know if you're on. 1 second, Councilor.
Like what?
Thank you. Come on. Go ahead.
Counselor, actually, proceed, and we'll when he's available, I'll tag him in.
Okay, that sounds fine. Thank you. Trying to pull up the traffic study. We'll get to that later. Okay. With that, unless there's any other preliminary questions from the board, I will continue with my witnesses, and or if any of the board members have any specific areas that you want me on which you want me to focus with my with my witnesses, please let me know.
Yep.
With that, I'm going to start with Mr. Hanrahan, please, on behalf of the applicant Starbucks. Mr. Hanrahan, can you please once more state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Thomas Hanrahan, 1460 North Webster Street, Naperville, Illinois, 60563.
Thank you. And is it true, Mr. Hanrahan, that you are the store development manager for the Midwest region, again, on behalf of Starbucks Company?
Yes.
And you've held that particular role for 2 years, although you've been with Starbucks for over 4 years in various different roles within their real estate side. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as just described to the board, the owner of the subject property is going to be seeking to construct a new one-story mixed-use strip center at the subject property that will feature a quick service restaurant with accessory drive-through facility. Is it true that Starbucks has executed a long-term lease with GW, with the owner, that will allow for the operation of your new restaurant and cafe at the subject site?
Yes.
So that you will be the tenant and GW property will remain the landlord and in control of the property, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And Mr. Hanrahan, in your experience as a store development manager in particular in this region, is it your understanding and knowledge that Starbucks presently operates at least 50 similar restaurant cafes with drive-through facilities throughout the state of Illinois, at least 19 of which are located here in the city of Chicago?
Yes, I think we now have 20 in the city of Chicago as of a couple months ago. Yes.
And so then you have a pretty good idea as to the demands and operational requirements for Starbucks to successfully and safely operate at this particular site. Is that true?
Yep.
Towards that end, focusing on your proposed operating procedures for the subject property, is it true that your proposed new facility will generally operate from 5 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. 7 days a week?
Yes.
And those hours include the operation of the drive-through. Is that also correct?
Correct.
And these general hours, however, they may be modified from time to time by Starbucks senior management based on the evolving conditions kind of within the community. Is that also true?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
By way of current and relevant example, some of your Chicagoland locations close a little earlier or open a little later due to the COVID restrictions. Is that also correct?
Correct.
But no matter what, generally speaking, your operations will always remain within that general 5 o'clock a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. Window. Is that true?
Yes, that's true. Yep.
Okay. Sticking with hours of operation for a moment. At present time, your general peak service hours are between 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock a.m. at your other locations. Is that correct?
Yep.
And that's again during COVID, where fewer and fewer people are actually going into the office and there's no real rush hour anymore. Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And within that 4-hour time frame, again, kind of based on your other Chicagoland locations, you generally, or Starbucks generally, will see 250 to 300 transactions during that 4-hour window. Is that generally correct?
Yes, on average. Yep.
Okay. And 70%, again, currently under COVID, 70% of those transactions are effectuated through the drive-through. Is that also true?
Yep. Yeah, on average. Yep.
Okay. Is it your professional opinion then, in your capacity with Starbucks, that the design for the proposed new drive-through at this site, which accommodates internal queuing for at least 13 vehicles at one time, is more than sufficient to safely and efficiently meet your current operating demands?
Yes, yep.
And that's which such drive-through demands at least will likely lessen over time as COVID restrictions start to diminish and customers feel more comfortable entering into the facility. Is that correct?
That's what we're thinking. We'll see. Yes.
Exactly. I know people are getting comfortable with this. So towards these same ends, is it true that Starbucks for this location, you intend to operate with a full-time staff of between 15 and 25 employees?
Yes, yep.
And that's typically, and Starbucks trains all of its employees, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
And you generally operate these types of drive-through facilities with 7 to 10 employees per shift, is that also correct?
Yes, yeah, that's at the higher end during peak hours.
Okay, getting back to COVID, as you've heard from other applicants, it is very important to not only this board, but I think to the community as a whole, that Starbucks is taking precautions to address the current pandemic. So getting back to COVID for a moment, is it true that Starbucks has adopted a formal response plan that's intended to protect the health and well-being, not only of your employees, but also of your customers and the community at large?
Yes, yeah, we're working with, in accordance with our local health officials and the CDC, we're working on guidelines, and we have mandatory facial coverings with all in all our stores and social distancing. We have our employees have the right and responsibility to refuse service to customers who are not wearing a facial covering as well. And then in regards to partner or employee precautions, prior to every shift, we're having all employees do a pre-check, including taking their temperature to make sure they're ready and able to work. And then we're also having enhanced cleaning. We've enhanced our cleaning measures as well to meet or exceed the public health guidelines, and so we can reduce the spread of COVID-19. With that, I'm sure you guys have seen some of our the plexiglass shields along next to our POS systems, and then also near our bar where our espresso machines are as well.
And Counselor, really quick, we've got Steve Valenziano available. So I just want to get him on the record related to the potential approval carrying forward, even if the plan is slightly changed during permitting for the limited change in driveway directions. Steve, are you there? Thought we had him. Let me
Chairman, he's joining in.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Steve. So, Counselor, did I explain that in an all right manner?
Yes, I believe so. And Mr. Valenziano and I have had some offline discussions because this conflict has arisen on other projects. So Mr. Valenziano, the request that I'm just making is that the approvals or any determinations made here today, and in particular the resolution, be based on a final site plan that has the sanction and endorsement of both CDOT and IDOT. And that's just limited to the egress either out onto Toohey and or out onto Western. It will not otherwise affect or impact or change any of the proposed improvements or other movements within the site itself. It won't change the number of parking spaces, how the drive-through operates. It's just in order, as you know, Mr. Valenciano, for these operations to occur safely, the applicant would require two-way egress out of one of the existing driveways, either two-way or western. And we have reason to believe that right now, CDOT and IDOT are a little bit disconnected on that issue, but obviously by the time that it gets to permitting, the two agencies need to come to a mutual agreement. So that's the request.
Yeah, and Steve, let me get you sworn in really quick. So will you state your name and address for the record?
Steve Valenciano, Assistant Zoning Administrator, Department of Planning and Development for the City of Chicago.
Thank you, sir. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Okay, Steve, you can go right ahead.
Well, so basically what the zoning ordinance gives the zoning administrator's office the authority to determine whether an approved set of plans either by this body or by city council is substantially compliant with those plans. And we generally hold it very tight to so it's like, you know, almost looks, it has to look like what it looks like right here. So if those driveways are, if between CDOT and IDOT, who have jurisdiction over the roadways, the rights of way and the driveway, the curb cuts on those rights of way, if they determine that it has to be one way in, one way out, if they determine that it has to be 24 feet wide rather than 22 feet wide, those are all minor changes that don't change the overall layout of the site and the design and so forth that the board is looking at. So typically the zoning administrator's office would look at that and go, well, you showed a 22-foot driveway, now it's 24. It's been approved by CDOT, who has the jurisdiction over that curb cut. We're fine with that. You can move ahead. If these driveways were to one were to disappear completely, or if they were to move, feet, like halfway down the lot or something like that, then we would say, no, you need to go back because it's a different plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, thank you, Steve. That all makes sense. And is that, Counselor, do you find that to be clear on the record with what you're looking for?
That is precisely clear. Yes, exactly. None of the other elements of the site plan will change in any way.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Thank you, Steve. We really appreciate you hopping on. So, Counselor, with that, you can move forward, and I think we can expedite this one a little bit and get to board questions. So feel free to do
Yeah,
so.
of course. So just finally, just so it's clear for the record, because again, I know in these circumstances when there's a tenant operator and a different ownership entity, there's sometimes confusion on who is soliciting which and procuring which license, permits, and certifications. So I just want to be clear on Mr. Hanrahan, if you can just go back on the record once more. It is, it's Starbucks' responsibility, if the special use is granted, to apply for a business license with the city's Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection in order to operate at this site. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, it will be the property owner's responsibility to procure any other permits and certifications that are required for the overall and the more global development at the site. Is that true?
Yeah.
Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Hanrahan, before this hearing, you were provided with an affidavit as well as some corresponding findings of fact. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I had a couple kind of fundamental questions for Mr. Goltz, but if you don't need to hear from him, I can just get him on the record to say that he would attest or testify in compliance with his affidavit.
Yeah, Councilor Barnes, let's do that because I think we do have a good amount of information on this, and then the board will fill any gaps through board questions.
Perfect. Mr. Goltz, can you just briefly again go back on the record and state both your name and address once more?
Mitch Goltz, GW Property Group, 2211 North Elston, Suite 304, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you. Mr. Goltz, again, you two were provided with an affidavit as well as some corresponding findings of fact prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. I'm going to do the same abbreviated introduction for my other two expert witnesses, and that way we can just free it up for questions from the board, if that pleases you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thank you.
Of course. And so, Mr. Eben, may you please quickly go on the record? Hey,
Yes.
Mr. Eben, can you again state your name and address?
Yes, Gary Evans, on Studio 24, 2211 North Elston, Suite 304, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And you are you prepared the plans that provide the basis for this special use. Is that true?
Yes, correct.
And you two had an opportunity to read the corresponding findings of fact that were submitted to the board prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in that document?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. May you please state your name and address once more for the record?
Terrence O'Brien, maintain offices at 7383 North Lincoln Avenue, Lincolnwood, Illinois, professional real estate appraiser consultant, licensed by the state of Illinois at the designation MAI.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And you were retained by the applicant in order to evaluate the subject site and the surrounding area to determine whether or not the proposed special use meets all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you actually successfully fulfilled those services and prepared a report that contains all of your factual evaluations as well as your opinions regarding the subject special use. Is that true?
Yes, they cited the criteria I addressed on pages 3, 4 of my report, and
Perfect.
conclusions on page 5.
Wonderful. And Mr. O'Brien, then was it your ultimate conclusion that this proposed drive-through does meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use?
In my opinion, it definitely meets all the criteria, will have no adverse impact upon surrounding property values, and is harmonious and compatible with other land uses in the subject area.
Thank you. And if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and opinions that were made in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Last but not least, Mr. Abuna, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Louis Abuna, A-B-O-O-N-A, a principal with KLOA. Address is 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Abuna. And you were retained by the applicant in order, by the property owner, in order to evaluate the whether or not the proposed uses at the subject site will adversely impact the existing traffic conditions and movements at and around this site. Is that true?
Yes,
And you actually also completed a traffic study and corresponding report that sets forth your facts and opinions towards that evaluation. Is that right?
that's correct.
And is it in your professional opinion that the proposed drive-through at this, as designed at the subject site, will not adversely impact the existing traffic conditions in the area?
That's correct.
Thank you. Lastly, if you were to continue to testify here today, Mr. Abuna, would your testimony be consistent in the statements and opinions that you made in your traffic report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. No further questions from me for my witnesses. Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to entertain any from the board.
Great, thank you, Counselor. Any questions from the board?
Hi, Jolene Saul. So can you speak to, you mentioned a couple of times why you need at least one exit where you can turn in both directions. And I see here, there's no, trying to get my bearings, left turn onto Western, which makes sense to me. So I'm hesitant that that could change. So can you just talk about why you need one two-turn exit at one exit?
Yeah, definitely, Commissioner Saul, and I can have Mitch.
So
Mitch, again, state your name for the record so they know. who's speaking.
Yes, and the reason that we need the one is, Starbucks obviously is a convenience-oriented, tenant, and the traffic is largely driven the morning traffic, which one of the major traffic patterns is both southbound on Western and westbound on Toohey. If the access point on Toohey was limited to no left-hand out, which is a possibility but not a guarantee, and if the access was also limited on Western with no left out, there'd be no way for a vehicle to go westbound on Toohey leaving the site or southbound on Western, and that would completely crush a majority of the expected movements during its peak hours. So we can survive with one no left out. For example, if we retain the full access on Toohey as shown, vehicles that intend to go westbound on Toohey or southbound on Western can make a left out on Toohey and then subsequently onto Western. But by limiting both of those access points to no left movements out, it would greatly impact the viability for Starbucks and other tenants.
Thank you.
And just to be clear as well, as a little history, Commissioner Saul, both of the driveways right now and for the last 50+ years have been allowing for two-way movements out of the site. Both of them have been, but I believe, again, I kind of concur with you, Commissioner Saul, that at least one of them should have limited two-way movements. And I believe all of that is also set forth in the traffic study.
Thank you. I guess that raises one more question and then I'll try to be done. And this is probably for Mr. Abuna. In terms of traffic counts on each, I assume Western has more traffic, but can you share that?
Yes, that's correct. Western does have or carry more traffic, and it's a wider street. It has more lanes than Toohey Avenue.
Thanks.
Yeah. This is Commissioner Sanchez. Question for Mr. Abuna. At Toohey at Western, is that 2 lanes each way or 1 lane each way?
It's 1 lane in each way, and there is a left turn lane pocket at the signal.
Okay. Is there any concern about if you're allowing a left turn onto Toohey that you're going to have backup? Because the way I look at the design, it looks like if somebody wants to make a left onto Toohey right there and has to wait, you're going to create backup in the drive-through lane.
That's a very good point, and it is a concern, and that's one of the reasons why the optimum solution for this site is to have both driveways allowing full movements, because that would offer the site more flexibility. So, for example, if both Toohey and Western would allow left turns out, people that would desire to go south on Western don't have to exit on Toohey. They could circulate around the site and make a left out onto Western Avenue. So ideally for developments like this, and considering that Starbucks customers convenience, you would like to have as much flexibility as possible.
But as of right now, CDOT said no to the making a left turn on Western.
That's correct, Commissioner. And towards that end, exactly what your concern that you just raised is a very viable one, and that's actually why we believe that IDOT may restrict the left turn out onto Toohey, is to prevent that sort of bottlenecking and backup or blockage of the drive-through.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Sounds like there's none. I think we have quite enough on this to take it under consideration. How's that sound with you, Counselor?
Oh, thank you for listening and your consideration.
Yeah, great. And thank you again to Steve Lenziano for coming on the record. So we'll take this matter under consideration. And thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Right.
Yep. Okay, with that, we're going to take a short recess because I realized I haven't given commissioners any break. so far. So this will be a short recess, and then in about an hour and a half, we'll take a more substantive one for lunch. 10-minute recess going until 11:50 a.m. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. We're going to reconvene at 11:50 a.m. for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
All right, I gotta cut off.
All right, we're going to come right back on once I see that all the commissioners are admitted. All right, I see Commissioner Toya back in. I don't see his face yet. There we go. All right. Thanks, Tim. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Wonderful. We are reconvened. Let's keep moving right along. Calling calendar number 53-21-Z, which is at 3300 West Warren Boulevard. Councilor Barnes, let me know when you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am back. I just would like to, and again, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I would just check to see if my two witnesses got advanced and made it out of the waiting room. It should be Najee Abdel Fattah, as well as Jaime Gasson.
Okay, let's see.
Najee and Jaime, have you been advanced? Are you here? Can you hear us and see us?
Yeah, Najee's here.
Najee, okay. Jaime?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, if it pleases you once more, would you like to swear in my witnesses at this juncture?
Yep, great. So Najee, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, it's Najee Abdul Fattah, 4156 North Parkside, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
Thank you, Mr. Abdel Fattah. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Jaime, are you there as well?
I'm here.
Great. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jaime Gascon. We're at 6 North Western Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And Mr. Gascon, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Sarah Barnes for the record. I'm happy to be here this morning/afternoon on behalf of the applicant 3300 West Warren LLC. Here with me, as we're just briefly introduced, is the managing member of the applicant, Najee Abdel Fattah, as well as our project architect, Jaime Gascon. Although I have been before this honorable board on many rehabilitation cases, this one is quite unique with respect to the particular existing non-conforming condition that we are attempting to cure. As denoted in the application and the corresponding findings of fact, we are here today seeking a single variation to allow for a reduction in the otherwise required east side setback, which such relief is necessary in order to permit the erection of a small 11-foot long landing to connect the existing non-conforming and required secondary access structure to the front portion of the existing building, so that the residents of every one of the existing dwelling units will have direct availability to that structure as an emergency means into and out of the building. So this is truly a life and safety request required to bring an existing non-conforming condition, which was created almost 100 years ago, obviously not by the applicant, into compliance under the current zoning ordinance as well as the corresponding building code. For further reference and information, the subject property is presently improved with a 4-story multifamily residential building the original construction of which dates back to the early 1920s. The footprint of the existing building and improvements expands the entire width of the subject site so that there's a 0 setback on both sides, the east and west. Towards this same end, and as previously alluded to, there is a 3-story open porch with stairs that attaches along the east elevation of the existing building on the 2nd through 4th floors. The existing open porch structure measures just over 39 feet in length and attaches approximately 30 feet back from the front facade, so that there is a small gap along the east elevation at the 2nd through 4th floors between the front portion of the building and the rear portion of the building. Really quickly, Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify some of the terms that I will use throughout this presentation, and which were set forth in the corresponding findings. The denial and application reference a 4-story building. In this instance, the building features an English basement, which is more than 50% above grade. As such, the basement, so to speak, really constitutes the first floor. When the applicant acquired the property and improvements, the existing building contained a total of 6 dwelling units. To correct a typographical error that I found in the findings, as originally constructed, there was 1 unit on each the 1st and 2nd floors and 2 units on each the 3rd and 4th floors. The units on the 3rd and 4th floors are stacked front and rear. As such, with the current configuration, only the rear 2 units on and between the 3rd and 4th floors have direct access to the open side porch structure, which again currently provides the sole means of secondary ingress and egress for the building. So in other words, the front 2 units on the 3rd and 4th floors presently have no secondary means of ingress or egress to and from the building. Unfortunately, over time and seemingly due to neglect by previous owners and occupants, and just as a matter of time, the existing building and the dwelling units situated therein fell into a state of significant disrepair to the point that they became uninhabitable. Again, especially with respect to minimal health and safety requirements. The building, therefore, was previously vacated and it remains vacant today. The applicant recently acquired the property with the intent to undertake a gut rehabilitation of the existing building and the units contained therein in an effort to bring the improvements into compliance under the current zoning ordinance and standards, thereby providing a fresh stock of newly renovated affordable rental housing to the neighborhood. Aside from the renovation of the existing units, calls for the subdivision of the 2nd floor, so to allow for the establishment of an additional dwelling unit within the envelope of the existing building for a total of 7 dwelling units, so that there will be 1 unit to remain on the 1st floor, with 2 units on each the 2nd through 4th floors. Again, those units will be stacked front and rear. Despite the small increase in density, which is permitted as of right under the current zoning ordinance and which does not trigger or affect the subject variation, the applicant is not proposing to expand the footprint or envelope of the existing building. How we got before you here today, rather, is that during the permit review for the proposed renovations, the applicant was advised by the Department of Planning and Development that the existing 3-story open stair structure, again along that east side, was insufficient to meet the current code standards for secondary ingress and egress, which secondary access is again required for each dwelling unit in the multi-unit building. As already described in this instance, the existing open porch and stair structure is insufficient because it only directly connects to 2 of the existing 6 dwelling units. As a result, and in order to permit the renovation of each of the existing dwelling units and to add the single new unit, the applicant is required to now, almost 100 years after the fact, bring the existing secondary access structure into compliance under today's standards. The most efficient and viable means, and actually the only means of doing so, is to construct a small extension off the front of the existing secondary access structure on each of the second through fourth floors to connect to each of the 3 front units on those floors. Due to the existing footprint and internal configuration of this almost century-old building, erecting an entirely new access structure either along the same side or at the rear of the building would either fail to meet code and or would still require relief from this board to permit, thereby becoming unnecessarily and unreasonably burdensome for the applicant, who has already assumed significant risks and costs in trying to preserve this historically meaningful building. So with all of that, the hardship here, just to be clear, is the fact that we have no other means of providing secondary, the required secondary ingress and egress for this property because of the existing internal configuration of those units stacked front and back. As the architect could probably more aptly described to the board, there is a hallway in this instance, since the units are front and back rather than side by side. The hallway, the common hallway runs east and west. So it kind of divides the building front and back. So therefore you can't have a rear secondary access structure as is commonly found in multi-unit buildings, because there would be, again, no direct access from the front units to get to that rear structure. If the applicant were to tear down the existing side structure, the only place that it could replace it or erect a new structure would be on that east side, because the west building wall is already directly on the property line. So we would be back before this board seeking the exact same relief. So again, doing the small 11-foot landing to connect the existing stair structure to the front of the building is the most, actually the only viable means for providing that access and otherwise permitting the reoccupancy of this building. So with that, unless you have any preliminary questions for me, I'll get my witnesses on the record and just I'll go straight to allowing again questions from the board, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, that's quite all right, and I think we've all got a good vision of what's going on here. But I know you know this, but a few more photos would have been helpful in the application. But that doesn't just go to you or this matter. That goes to all the attorneys and applicants out there. Sometimes when we don't get photos, it's a little bit harder to picture. But I think we're here on this, so you can keep going.
Okay, and I think I don't know if they're part of the PowerPoint presentation, but there were several additional photos that were provided with the findings of fact. I just don't know if they made it into the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I think there was a few. They weren't like particularly helpful.
Okay, all right. We'll be better. We'll be better at that. I'll try and do it from your vantage point. So we'll be better about that. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you.
So with that, Mr. Abdel Fattah, may you please go back on the record and once more state your name and address.
Najah Abdel Fattah, 4156 North Parkside, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
Thank you. And as I already described to the board, and it's also in the findings of fact, you acquired this property with the intent to do an overall renovation to all the existing dwelling units and to bring the existing violations and non-conforming conditions at the property into compliance so that you can reoccupy those units. Is that true?
Yes.
And in the end, if the proposed variation is granted here today and you ultimately are able to permit those renovations, is it also true that you intend to maintain ownership of the property and to rent those units?
Yes.
Perfect. And you have experience managing rental properties, is that correct?
I do.
Thank you. So just for brevity's sake, and to get the board out of here, you were provided with an affidavit as well as a corresponding copy of findings of fact prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gascon, May you please state your name and record once more for the record? Your name and address, excuse me, once more for the record.
Sure. My name is Jaime Gascon. We're at 6 North Western Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And you're retained by the applicant to undertake the programming that will allow for the renovation and rehabilitation of the existing building. Is that true?
That is correct.
And as part of this, during the permit process, you were advised that the existing secondary stair structure that's been at the property for over 100 years is insufficient under current code requirements to satisfy the secondary access requirement. Is that true?
That is correct.
And again, that's because it does not attach to the front part of the building where we have currently two units and intend to have one additional unit. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as I briefly described, Mr. Gascon, is it also true that there is no other way to design or replicate a secondary access structure for the building as it exists today?
That is correct.
Or at least no other means that would not require us to come before this board. Is that true?
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Gascon, is it your professional opinion then that the proposed variation to allow for the extension of the existing stair structure meets all of these standards and requirements for a variation as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Correct.
Thank you. And lastly, you two were given an affidavit as well as corresponding findings of fact prior to this hearing. If you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the board, we'd be happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Sounds like none.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Of course.
It's never too late.
Hi, this is Jolene Saul. I was trying to figure out existing versus proposed from the plans, and I was struggling. But would the rehab alone trigger the need to add to the existing porch, or is it because there's a 7th unit being added?
Actually, it would, good question. I had the same one. It actually would be required for the rehabilitation of the existing 2 units on the 3rd and 4th floors because it is a life and safety standard rather than a more aesthetic requirement. So yeah, when we went through permit review, they actually required it for the existing 2 units, independent of the addition.
So it's the 2nd floor that's being split into 2.
Yeah, which yes, and it's a little confusing because like I said, it's an English basement, so it appears, from my even observation, it would be like the 1st floor, but it's technically the 2nd floor. Yes, and the basement or the 1st floor will just continue to contain that 1 unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? I will note, I think I'm the only commissioner who did not know the phrase English basement before this, but always glad to learn a word I should have already known. So we'll take this under consideration. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thanks. Maybe that makes up for the lack of photographs. I'll work on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the continued record, my colleagues, Nick Fatikas and Daniel Bax, I believe, do have some matters coming up. They're going to continue to log in, I believe, under my email. So for tech support or whoever is advancing, Nick Fatikas and Daniel Bax will log in under this same email.
Okay, perfect. And
thanks everyone. Have a safe and wonderful weekend.
Thanks, Counselor. You as well. And for tech, that begins in 3 matters. So with that, let's keep moving forward. Let's go to calendar number 54-21-Z at 3559 West Lawrence Avenue.
Commissioner, this is Jolene Saul. I am recusing myself from this item.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Saul. Counselor DeGrino, let us know when you're present.
I am here.
Wonderful. Okay, and is your applicant and witnesses present?
I am looking for them in the roster. I'm seeing them pop up, so they appear to be here as well.
Okay, great. All right, go right ahead, and I can get them sworn in as you please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Mariah DeGrino from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street. I represent the applicant in this matter, Celadon Holdings 3 LLC. I have 4 witnesses today, which I will name, and then I will ask you to swear them in if you could. Scott Henry, manager of the applicant; Rob Natke of Urban Works, the project architect; Aaron Weisner, manager of the applicant, and we have a land planner. I see him listed here as Jason Jarrett, and I would ask let's see.
No, actually,
George. Oh, George.
Kissel.
Hi, George. Good. Mr. Kissel. George Kissel from Okren Kissel Associates is on as well. I would ask Mr. Chairman if you could please swear them in. And with respect to Mr. Kissel, he is our expert in land planner, and would ask that you recognize him as such.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Henry, if you're on the line, will you please state your name and address?
Scott Henry, 1305 Sheridan Road in Wilmette, Illinois.
Great, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Weisner, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Aaron Weisner, 1305 Sheridan Road, Wilmette, 60091.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings? Mr. Weisner, really quick, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Mr. Natke, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Robert Natke with Urban Works, 125 South Clark in Chicago.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Mr. George Kissel, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Certainly. George Kissel, President Okren Kissel Associates, offices 122 South Michigan in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And we do recognize your expertise based off of consistent appearances in front of us. Mr. Jarrett, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Jason Jarrett, 122 South Michigan, Suite 1200.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, if asked to testify.
Thank you very much. All right, Counselor, feel free to carry on. All your witnesses have been sworn in.
Thank you. The applicant is proposing to develop the property located at 3559 West Lawrence with a 6-story multi-unit residential building with ground floor commercial space. The project would provide 50 residential units on floors 2 through 6, 13 parking spaces, 50 bike parking spaces, and 1 loading space. The building will be 73 feet in height. All of the dwelling units would be affordable units, including a range of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, with rents ranging in affordability from 15%, 30%, 60%, and 80% of area median income. The applicant has a strategic partnership with Concordia Place, an early childhood care operator who will operate an early childhood care center on the ground floor of the proposed building. Services will be offered to residents of the proposed building at reduced rates. The city's Department of Housing has selected the project for an allocation of 9% low-income housing tax credits. To accommodate the project this past October, the city approved a rezoning of the property to the B3-3 Community Shopping District, including transit-oriented development relief. The applicant is seeking approval from the board of a variation to reduce the rear yard setback required for floors containing dwelling units from 30 feet to 4.6 feet. The subject property contains 16,625 square feet of site area and, as I mentioned, is currently zoned B3-3 Community Shopping District. It's located at the southeast corner of West Lawrence Avenue and Central Park Avenue. The property is abutted on the south by a 16-foot wide public alley and on the east by an existing 2-story building with retail storefronts at the ground floor and residential units above. The property is currently vacant and unimproved. The proposed development was thoroughly vetted by the community through a robust community review process that extended over a year, following Alderman Rodriguez's community-driven zoning and development process. The applicant presented the project at 2 community meetings on April 9th and July 28th, conducted numerous developer-led one-on-one meetings with neighbors and community stakeholders, and presented at a community-wide meeting hosted by Alderman Rodriguez-Sanchez on September 24th of last year. As a result of feedback received through this process, the applicant scaled back the proposal from a 7-story building with 60 units to a 6-story 50-unit proposal before you today. 3-bedroom units were added to the plan, and a variety of design changes were implemented to make the project design more compatible and responsive to the neighborhood context. The project that is being presented to you today is a result of this extended dialogue with community stakeholders. The project is a transit-served location located within 1,320 feet of the Kimball L stop. On October 7th, 2020, the City Council approved the Type 1 map amendment, rezoning the property to the B3-3 Community Shopping District and approving the planned parking levels and an amenity and density levels due to the transit-served location. The B3-3 district requires a 30-foot rear setback for floors containing dwelling units. We are seeking to reduce the required rear setback from that 30-foot requirement to 4.6 feet. Importantly, the rear of the proposed building abuts a 16-foot wide public alley, so even with the requested setback reduction, there will still be a setback from the buildings to the south. The setback reduction is necessary to allow the building wall to wrap around and hold the corner as it makes the transition from Lawrence Avenue to the buildings on Central Park Avenue to the south. The setback reduction would not extend the entire width of the building. The building will be L-shaped to provide a residential setback of over 50 feet along half of the building. If the setback requirement were strictly applied here, dwelling units would need to be shifted to create an additional residential floor, resulting in a taller building. As I mentioned earlier, through the extensive community process, the community specifically weighed in on expectations and requirements for building massing and height. Adding a 6th floor to achieve setback requirements would both exceed the maximum building height permitted by right in the B3-3 district and would run afoul of community desires and expectations that were strongly expressed during the course of the community review. To achieve a viable development under the community stipulations and to achieve the affordability profile desired by the city and the community, the applicant needs to configure the building to locate dwelling units in the required rear setback. The loss in the number of dwelling units that would result from strict conformance of the rear setback would render the project financially infeasible. If the setback requirements were strictly applied, it would result in a loss of 10 units. Although there would be an incremental decrease in initial construction costs, it would also reduce the amount of funding that would come from multiple funding sources. Even assuming sources such as the city's TIF commitment remain the same, the loss of net operating income from the lost units and the reduction in upfront construction funding sources would result in an unmet project cost gap of approximately $739,539. The proposed number of dwelling units reflects a careful balance of project costs and available funding for affordable housing, balanced against the community's needs and desires for building massing and height. Strict compliance with the regulations of the Chicago zoning ordinance would result in both practical difficulty and particular hardship to the property and the applicant. The practical difficulty in compliance with the regulations and standards is directly related to neighborhood preference. In order to preserve the financial feasibility of the development and address community concerns, the setback relief is required for floors, again, this is for floors containing dwelling units from 30 feet to 4.6 feet. As set forth in the witness statements and land use evaluation report that were submitted to the board ahead of this hearing, this request meets the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance for approval of the requested variation. As I noted, the applicant has coordinated directly with Alderman Rodriguez-Sanchez, who is in support of the project. You have letters of support from her in your file, as well as from the Chicago Coalition for the Homeless. We did receive an updated letter from her, identical to the one that was previously provided, with a more recent date, as well as a letter of support from Communities United. Those arrived yesterday, so as you've mentioned previously, did not meet the cutoff, but I at least wanted to advise the board of those letters. At this point, I'd like to turn to the witnesses and get their testimony on the record. They did some more support affidavits, and as I will ask them to confirm, their testimony would be consistent with those proposed findings and their affidavits. I'd be happy to go into a more detailed direct examination, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to put them on the record and have them testify as to their affidavits.
Yeah, but I think you can go that route, Counselor. Thank you.
You're welcome. First, Mr. Henry, if you could, you've previously stated your name and business address for the record. If you could identify yourself again and confirm that you are the manager of Celadon Holdings 3 LLC, the applicant, correct?
Correct. And my name is Scott Henry, 1305 Sheridan Road, Wilmette, Illinois.
Thank you. And DLA Piper, as the applicant's counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. At this point, I can proceed to my next witness, Mr. Natke, the project architect. If you could please state your name and business address for the record again.
Robert Natke, principal with Urban Works, 125 South Clark in Chicago.
And Urban Works is the project architect for the proposed development, correct?
Correct.
You are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And DLA Piper, as applicant's counsel, submitted to the board proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. At this point, I'll proceed to Mr. Weisner. Mr. Weisner, if you could please state your name and address again for the record.
Yes, Aaron Weisner, 1305 Sheridan Road, Celadon Holdings 3.
And you are the manager of Celadon Holdings 3 LLC, is that correct?
Yes.
DLA Piper, as applicant's counsel, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, is that correct?
Yep.
And if you were to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and the affidavit, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And if I could proceed to Mr. Kissel at this point. Mr. Kissel, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Certainly. Name is George Kissel, President Okrent Kissel Associates. Office is located at 122 South Michigan in Chicago.
And you are a professional land planner and you've testified before the board on numerous occasions, correct?
That's correct.
You were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of a variation to reduce the required rear setback from 30 feet to 4.6 feet to allow for construction of a 6-story, 50-unit mixed-use residential building with 13 parking spaces in a transit-served location in the B3-3 Community Shopping District at the subject property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And you have prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Kissel, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and conclusions in your report? Specifically that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of variations.
That is correct.
And as counsel for the applicant, DLA Piper submitted those proposed findings of fact, your curriculum vitae and your report and analysis to this board. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. At this point, I'm happy to go into further detail with the witnesses or open for questions at your pleasure.
Yeah, let's open for some questions, Counselor. And I'll say too, in your report, the table on economic analysis is a new gold standard. It was very well done and very readable for us. I just want to note that because we said at the beginning of our meeting, we're going to be requiring something similar going forward for variations. So this was very helpful. I think it would be helpful just on the record if you briefly summarize the economic analysis just with and without the variation.
For sure. This one actually is a little bit of an unusual one. When we look at economic analyses like this and sort of the but for, with or without the variation, typically we look at it from a market rate return, you know, with the variation or without the variation, the project would not be able to achieve a market rate of return, and therefore the variation is necessary in order to cause the capital investment to occur. This one's a little bit unusual in the sense that it's an affordable housing development. And so rather than a more conventional market rate return analysis like that, because of the multi-layered financings that are usually involved and how the financings come to the table and the sources of those financings, we needed to look at this one a little bit differently. So that's what's reflected in the chart that you have. And I appreciate the compliments for that. We, you know, I've obviously tried to be very careful about how to present this in a way that made sense to everybody. And the reality is, and this, which is what's reflected in the chart, is that without those 10 units, the project just doesn't get built at all. It's not even would it achieve a rate of return? There would be no return because there would be no project, is the reality. And what you see here is, again, it's a very careful balancing act. And any one of these numbers sort of can tip the balance one way or the other. And in this instance, those 10 units become critical because, yes, if you take 10 units off the table and create a smaller building, of course, the construction costs are going to be lower. So one would maybe think, looking at it at first blush, there would be really a net neutral impact. However, what it does is it reduces the availability of the construction funding up front, but also the rental income that then gets used to determine the permanent financing, which is a source of financing for the project. That rental income determines that level of financing. And so when you remove those 10 units from this building, it just completely throws everything out of balance. And what we were able to kind of quantify in the chart is that without those 10 units, you end up with a $739,000 funding gap for which there really is no source of funding available. No one would invest those dollars.
Great, thank you for that. And on that or anything else, any questions from the board?
Could we ask the architect to describe the materials and palette? And I just have a question. Are we looking at a 6-story building here?
Yes, so Mr. Natke, if I could have you pop back up and identify yourself again for the record and describe the material palette, the materials, the color palette, and the building we're seeing here on screen.
Thank you.
So this is, Robert Natke, principal with Urban Works in Chicago, 125 South Clark. The building is comprised of masonry base, 2 stories of masonry facing Lawrence Avenue with 1 story of masonry facing Central Park. The remainder of the building above is metal panel. Economically, we're looking at a metal panel product to make the building feel like market rate, but actually be affordable. The idea behind the masonry on Lawrence is to mimic and match the sort of running line of 2 stories of commercial and small scale residential structures that run at the length of Lawrence Avenue in this community.
Great. Thank you. But just to clarify, I thought earlier in the presentation, it was mentioned that the building would be 5 stories.
Oh, if I misspoke, I apologize. It is a 6-story building, and I was counting windows here, and I see a 6-story building. So if I misspoke, that is my blunder, and I apologize for that. It is absolutely a 6-story building.
And that is in agreement with the community wishes, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, it was originally proposed as a 7-story building.
Okay.
And through the community process, the applicant reduced it to the 6-story building.
Terrific. Thank you for clarifying that.
Additional questions from the board? Sounds like there's none. So Counselor, unless you have anything else to state on the record, we will take this under consideration.
Thank you. I would just respectfully request approval of the variation. As I mentioned previously, we respectfully submit that it is consistent with all applicable standards. The variation will have no adverse impact and no public purpose would be served by its denial. And I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you for your time as well. Great. Moving forward, we're going to go right to matter 55-21-S at 5800 and 5802 North Lincoln Avenue. And while everyone gets settled, I'm going to go ahead and read a recommendation by the department. All right, for calendar number 55-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a community center in 3 existing retail and office tenant spaces in an existing retail and office building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago, Incorporated, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated May 31st, 2019, with zoning plan and floor plan, elevations, sections dated September 29th, 2020, prepared by Epidwarian Design. And apologies if I mispronounced that. So Councilor Duncan, when you're present, let us know.
Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks. Okay, so good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kate Duncan. I'm an attorney with Ackerman LLP with offices located at 71 South Wacker Drive. Working with me on this matter is my colleague Harrison Cooper, and we are appearing this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, the Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago, in connection with the special use application for the property located at 5800 to 5802 North Lincoln Avenue. Present this afternoon with us, I think, because I can't see them yet, are Aklilu Adaye, who is the Executive Director of the Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago. We also have Antoine Lee, who is our project architect, and we have Terry O'Brien, who is our MAI real estate appraiser. Mr. Chairman, can I ask that you would swear all the witnesses in?
Yes. First up is Aklilu Adaye. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
Thank you. My name is Aklilu Adaye. My address is 924 Dodge Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
Thank you, Mr. Adaye. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, or do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. All right, Antoine Lee, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Antoine Lee, and my address is 2144 Half West Ohio Street, Unit Number 1, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Terrence O'Brien is already on the record, and we have acknowledged his expertise. So, Counselor, you can move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property is zoned B3-2 Community Shopping District, and it's currently improved with an existing 4-unit commercial building. 1 unit is occupied by a restaurant, and the remaining 3 units are proposed to be a community center for the Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago. The Ethiopian Community Association is seeking a special use to operate a community center on the property. And the Ethiopian Community Association provides educational and cultural programs to men, women, and children of all ethnicities and nationalities. The organization focuses on improving self-sufficiency and addressing the needs of underprivileged individuals and families, including low-income persons, immigrants, and refugees with various economic, social, cultural, and linguistic barriers. Among its programs are refugee resettlement and placement services, employment services, youth programs during the summer and school breaks, English as a second language instruction, and they have an electromechanical assembly training program that they offer. They also have citizenship and immigration services. And then also on site, they are hoping to offer an Ethiopian cultural museum. Applicant acquired the property in March of 2018 and actually has been operating in units A and B of the building since July of 2018. Upon recent submission to the building department for renovations to Unit C in order to build out the Ethiopian Cultural Museum, applicant realized the special use was required to operate a community center. And as a result, applicant is here now seeking a special use for a community center for all units A, B, and C. Unit AB is really functions as 1 unit, and C, it will function as a 2nd unit. They will not be connected on the interior because that would create a disruption in their existing operations. However, the 2 units will operate cohesively with the same employees working between both units. Unit AB will have offices, flexible client receiving, counseling, staff meetings, and summer camp capacity. And then Unit C will have the training rooms for the English as a Second Language program and the electromechanical assembly training. Unit C is also going to be dedicated to the museum, which will have display area for approximately 2,000 artifacts that the applicant has collected related to the Ethiopian culture. There are 8 parking spaces at the rear of the building, and we've confirmed with the zoning department that these spaces meet all requirements for parking for the proposal. Mr. Aday and Mr. Lee have submitted affidavits along with the findings of fact that we have submitted, and Mr. O'Brien has also submitted a report along with his credentials. Please note that the Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago is a well-respected and great organization in that community. We've discussed this location and the proposal with Alderman Vasquez, and he has no objections to it. We've also, Mr. Aday has reached out to all of his neighbors adjacent. He's walked around and made sure they understood the nature of our proposal and what they're hoping to do in this location, and and everyone was fully supportive of him as he walked around. Mr. Chairman, if I'm happy to go through a longer presentation, but I'm also happy to just have my witnesses confirm their affidavits on the record for you.
Yeah, I think maybe if we hear a little bit from Mr. Aday on the project, but otherwise you can streamline.
Okay, so Mr. Aday, you have submitted an affidavit along with your findings of fact to this board, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Aday, can you maybe just tell the board a little bit about the Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago, what you do, who you serve, and how you're planning to use the building?
Okay, thank you. The Ethiopian Community Association of Chicago was established by Ethiopian refugees and immigrants in 1984 as a community-based organization. And then since 1992, we also became a resettlement agency. Currently, we are one of the 4 resettlement agencies local resettlement agencies in Chicago. We provide services for immigrants, refugees, minorities, and economically disadvantaged groups. Our services cover employment services, English language instruction, and refugee resettlement. We resettle refugees from all over the world who are pipelined through the Department of State, through our national affiliate offices. And we provide basic kind of housing, training, employment, job placement to enhance their kind of economic integration and self-sufficiency. In addition to that, we also contribute to Chicago's cultural life and vibrancy. We hold Ethiopian cultural events. We are one of the only agency who celebrate Ethiopian Day at Daily Center every year. We also hold Ethio Fest in the northern side. So we want to contribute to that event by kind of adding one-of-a-kind museum in the Midwest, which is a cultural ethnic museum, Ethiopian museum. So that's why we are here today. We received about 2,000 artifacts, which showcase various aspects of Ethiopian life, culture, and values. So we have been building this, and we have been developing kind of basic amenities, display cases, and so on. So that's what we do in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aday. Mr. Lee, I'll call on you next. Have you submitted an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with your testimony in your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you submitted a report along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your report?
Yes, it would.
Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. And yeah, Mr. Aday, this is a fabulous mission. So thank you so much for all of your work that you put into it. Operationally, just so we get a good idea of the day-to-day, do you have an anticipated kind of average daily number of people who will come in and out of the center?
Yeah, pre-COVID, we used to have like anywhere from 15 to 40 people per day, served. This include refugee clients, immigrant clients, students, and so on. And most of these clients, they take like, buses and so on to arrive to us. Peak hours are usually from 9, 10 up to 3. Then afterwards, we just process like case management services up to 5. So I think, yeah, that's in brief. I don't know if I answered your questions.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Any other questions from the board? Sounds like everything has been answered. So thank you everyone for your time. And again, Mr. Day, this is a great mission. So we appreciate that everything that you do. And we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Let's keep going. Next up will be calendar number 56-21-Z. And this is going to be Councilor Fatsikis, likely on the Zoom account of Councilor Barnes.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Councilor. Yep.
Okay, great. I believe our two witnesses are also on, Mr. Tom Plunkett and Mr. John Hanna.
Great. Do we have Mr. Plunkett? Can you hear us?
Chairman, I don't see Mr. Plunkett. If he's under attendee, under some other name, he can raise his hand.
And Mr. Plunkett, if you can hear us, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Nick, do you know if he'd be on a different name?
No, I don't believe so. I think he would be signing on under Tom Plunkett.
Okay.
I'm going to have my office reach out to him, Chairman, just to make sure that we're not missing him.
Yep.
Just give me one quick second if you want. Does it make sense to go to the next application and maybe come back?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that because it's you, correct?
It is. I have the next few cases, yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just have your office reach out and we'll go to your next case, which are matters 57, 58, and 59-21-Z. On Malden.
Mr. Chairman, in this case, there would be 3 witnesses, Mr. Steve Seguris, Mr. Zisong Fen, and Miss Nadia Barnett. I believe all 3 were in the holding room prior to my being advanced.
Perfect. And is it Mr. John McNeely on? We have an objector signed up, so let's see if we can get him promoted. Oh, it looks like he's promoted. Mr. McNeely, are you there?
Sorry, I was double muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, great. So I'm going to read some instructions on this one, just since we have an objection, and then Nick will let you do your thing. So I see we have some objectors on this matter, so everyone's gotten promoted. I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here is how this hearing will proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. After that, the applicant can ask question of the objector. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, finally, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members will be asking questions of both the applicant and objectors and should feel free to do so freely. So Nick, with that, you can carry on.
Great, thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Nick Fatikas. I'm one of the attorneys at Sam Banks's office located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of Malden Development LLC. The applicant owns a subject property located at 4626 North Malden. The subject lot measures 50 feet wide by about 154 feet deep. And as you can see from the photo, it's currently vacant and unimproved. The property is also located within the Sheridan Park Overlay District, Special District number 23. And that's important in this case because the Special District imposes a 30-foot front setback on the property regardless of the underlying zoning district. So in order to meet the requirements of the overlay district, as well as account for the minimum lot area total, the applicant is seeking variations to reduce the rear yard open space requirement from 520 square feet to 0, reduce the MLA requirement from 8,000 square feet to 7,721 square feet, and then reduce the off-street parking requirement for 8 units from 8 parking spaces to 7 parking spaces. Again, I have 2 primary witnesses, the applicant, Mr. Steve Segueras, and our project architect, Mr. Zisong Feng. We also have made our realtor, Ms. Nadia Barnett, available to answer questions about the rent and anticipated market conditions in the subject area. And with that, Chair, I'd ask to call my first witness, Mr. Steve Segueras.
Great. Yep. Mr. Segueras, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Steve Segueras, 4626 North Malden, Chicago, 60640.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
And Steve, you are the manager of the applicant, Malden Development LLC?
Yes.
And that applicant or that entity owns the subject property located at 4626 North Malden, is that right?
That is correct.
As I described it, it's a vacant lot that contains about 7,721 square feet of total lot area.
Yes.
And you're proposing to develop the property with a new 3-story, 8-unit residential building, is that right?
Yes.
And you're seeking variations to permit your building because of the unique lot size, as well as the property's location within the overlay district, is that right?
Yes.
And provided the variations are approved by the board, your plan is to maintain ownership of the property and rent the 8 units on the open market?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've provided the board with a summary of the economic analysis of the projected rents and income for the project, is that right?
Yes.
And you believe the proposed, I believe we have it at, give me 1 second, I'm switching between files. And you believe the proposed 13 to 14% return is reasonable given the market conditions in the immediate area?
That's correct, yes.
And Steve, it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case, is that right?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided, correct?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Zisong, are you on?
Yep, it looks like Zisong is unmuted. Mr. Fung, are you, can you hear in NCS? Let's see.
You can hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Yep, thank you, Mr. Fung. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm Zisong Feng. I'm the architect for this job, 651 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Zisong. Is it true that you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes.
And that you've actually previously testified in that capacity before this board, is that right?
Yes.
And you designed the program for the proposed 8-unit residential building at the subject property?
Correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the unique lot depth dimension, along with the impact of the 30-foot front setback imposed by the special overlay district, together are the hardships that the variations are intended to overcome?
That is correct.
And it's really because at 30 feet, that front setback is double the typical front setback requirement in the RT4 district. Is that right?
That is also correct.
So naturally, your building shifts further back on the lot to accommodate or comply with the overlay requirement.
That's correct.
And that in turn forces a reduction in rear yard open space.
Correct.
And it also limits the physical space, the physical area on the lot where additional off-street parking could otherwise be provided.
Correct.
And with respect to the minimum lot area request, it amounts to about a 3.5% reduction in the technical minimum lot area requirement. Is that right?
That's right.
And that dimension is well within the 10% that's allowed by code with the variation.
That's correct.
And it directly relates to the atypical or oversized depth dimension of the subject lot.
Correct.
And still, though, you believe that if the variations are approved, the resulting multi-unit building will be consistent and compatible with the other multi-unit residential buildings in the immediate area. Is that right?
Correct.
And again, we'll be able to comply with the special overlay district's front setback requirement.
That's correct.
Zisong, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes, I understand that.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, before I conclude the applicant's case in chief, I'd like to reference the exhibit we submitted confirming the parking ratios and unit counts for 9 of the neighboring multi-unit residential buildings located on the 4600 block of North Malden. We think it's important because it adds context regarding not only the proposed density, but also the corresponding parking ratios for many of these buildings. Again, our new construction is really being compared to buildings that are 100+ years old in a recognized historic area. And again, that context we believe is important to the case. And without, I guess, going through it, 4601 North Malden is a 12-unit building with no parking. 4613 North Malden is a 9-unit building with 6 parking spaces. 4615 North Malden is a 12-unit building with no parking. 4629, 4641, and 4645 are 6-unit buildings with 4 parking spaces. 4649 through 53 North Malden is an 18-unit residential building with no parking. 4655 through 57 is 12 units, no parking. And lastly, 4654 through 56 North Malden is a 16-unit building with no parking. Again, we're only providing that for context of the neighboring mixed-use buildings, the neighboring multi-unit buildings just on the 4600 block of Malden. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any of the questions the zoning board may have about the program.
Great. Yeah, maybe we get some questions out of the way from the board prior to moving to the objector. What I want to dive into a little bit is that I believe a 7 dwelling unit building could be built here by right. Is that the correct understanding?
Well, not by right. We'd still need, and based on my understanding, we would still need at a minimum the rear yard open space reduction to account for the parking configuration, the 7 parking spaces that are located at the rear of the lot. And again, that's in direct result of the overlay and the imposition of that additional front setback at the front of the property.
Okay, I got it. Okay, and with that, Nick, can you just go a little more in depth? We have your economic analysis, but it doesn't really, and I know board members might have questions on this, it doesn't really address the difference between an 8 dwelling unit building and a 7 dwelling unit building. The way I read it, it really just addresses an 8 dwelling unit building or no building.
So really the way we've, the financing and the economics that we've presented to the board calls for approximately $21,000 if the average rents in the 8-unit building are achieved, about $21,000 of monthly, not necessarily income, but rents that could then be used for the operational costs, the payment of debt, the maintenance of security funds, things like that for the building. If we go to a 7-unit design, we lose obviously the ability to have the additional unit and spread the cost of the building over 7 units instead of 8. And what that naturally does is it increases the price per square foot for each unit. And the concern in this case is that the 3-unit floor plan that we believe is in demand and through our review process with the community appears to be in very strong demand. We don't want to price ourselves over the market, because what ends up happening then, if we're relying on more of an income and we don't realize it, there's going to be a gap or deficiency, which impacts the financeability and also the ongoing operations of the building. So the idea here, because this property is located in a multi-unit residential zoning district, and because just based on the 7,700 square foot lot area, we're basically at a 7.7 ratio. The zoning code doesn't round up, but if you're within 10% of the requirement, which we are, you're eligible to at least ask for the variation. So the idea was go forward and ask for the variation to be able to spread the cost of the construction, the price per square foot over 8 units instead of 7, and present what seems to be or what appears to be a more viable program, but also incorporate a lower rental unit. The analysis we provided for the 2-bedroom unit is around 2,100 compared to the higher rents for the 3-bedroom. So that little bit of diversity in the anticipated monthly income is intended to just help promote the viability of the program. And I'd also point out, we worked with Alderman Kappelman's office for a period of almost 2 years now on many different designs. We proposed 2 different zoning changes. And I know the Alderman had submitted a letter after the deadline. I'm not going to reference it. It's my general understanding that this program was considered a compromise to move forward and get the building out of the ground.
Okay. And on that note, will you just repeat, so what was the compromise?
Is leaving the current RT4 zoning in place, and instead of asking for 10 or 11 units per building, ask the zoning board if 8 units would be appropriate at the site.
Okay. And I do understand the way, 7 units would affect the pricing across the board. I think it would be helpful for us to hear if it was to be 7 units instead of 8 units, what would that ROI be? Because the ROI on 8 units is 12 to 14. So it would be hard for me to think that the ROI would plummet down to 0.
I don't know if it would go to 0, but the question in the variable is if we're at 7 units, we presumably lose the 2-bedroom count, and maybe even have to add a bedroom, because the same floor area total, the same building height, and the same setbacks are permitted in the R4 district. The concern is that the rents required to support that program will not be achieved, because now at a 4-bedroom count or even a 3-bedroom plus den, these rental units are now competing with presumably for sale single family homes. The sizing of the unit stays the same or it gets a little bit bigger. So what we're concerned with is whether or not it's viable. Would the return on investment shrink to probably the 5, 6, 7% range? Most likely. The problem is not knowing the viability or the being able to project the rents and whether or not they'd actually be realized. We could say we're going to rent these units for $5,000 a month. The market probably won't allow that. It's an unrealistic number. So I don't know if I answered your question directly. The concern here is having to increase the price per square foot per unit, the rents for those units to accommodate 7 units beyond the market conditions in the immediate area.
Yeah, and I hear you. I think a problem for us is we don't have an analysis of what it actually goes to with 7 units. And again, I'm going to echo what I said before. This is why we're streamlining the economic analysis form, because we've been talking about this for a few months, this board, and we're just not really getting the results on economic analysis that we'd expect. So I get that a lot of those numbers you were just talking about seem assumed, presumed, whatever. It's hard for us to not see an actual analysis. Any other questions from the board on the economic analysis point?
I just have a comment on the economic analysis, but then I really have a question on hardship.
Perfect.
So the comment on economic analysis is, you know, you could also do 6 units and have lower construction costs and have rentable units, but that is what it is. But going to hardship, I know you've referenced this 30-foot setback requirement, but your lot seems to be 30 feet longer than a typical lot. So how is that a hardship?
Because I think it goes to that front 30 feet. We have to push the building back because of that initial 30-foot front setback. And it limits.
The lot depth is 154?
Correct, right, plus or minus, it's at 154. And the answer is there's no other way to accommodate the parking that we can accommodate offsite without utilizing all of the space behind the physical structure. If the lot wasn't 154 feet deep, I don't believe we'd be able to provide more than 5 parking spaces. So the organization of the parking is a direct result of having the additional lot depth. But where we position the building and the corresponding reduction in rear yard open space are a function of and a result of having to push the building further back on the lot. I'd also point out, for the purposes of open space, it's our position that the open space is offset by, again, that larger than typical front setback.
And is parking required?
Unfortunately, yes. And in this case, we are not in a transit-oriented development range. I'd also point out that we're part of the newly established additional dwelling unit ordinance pilot program. This is not an ADU program. I want to clarify that. But again, the general area contemplates incremental increases in density to address a need in this particular area as codified by City Council. So we are unfortunately held to a 1-to-1 parking standard for our new construction building. And that's why there's a request to reduce the parking from 8 parking spaces to 7 parking spaces in order to accommodate this building design.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions from the board at this time before we move over to the objector? Okay, there will likely be some after, but let's get Mr. McNeely on. Mr. McNeely, if you're there, will you tell me? Okay, great. And will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is John McNeely. I live at 4617 North Beacon Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60640. I'm across the alley about 3 doors down.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do. I swear to tell the truth.
Thank you.
So,
and go right ahead
sure.
And hash out your objection.
Yeah. And just as reference, I'm also a licensed architect, but I'm representing the 4617, 4615 condo association. Our main concern is just the width of the alley is already 16 feet. So having 5 additional cars go directly into the alley, backing up, seems like it's going to be adding on to the congestion. And especially when they're proposing a 20-foot drive inside, maybe it'd be possible to take those 5, 6, 7 spots and reverse them in so there's less danger to the public and the drivers entering the alley, and be cognizant of utility poles that are along that side of the alley. Currently, if the alley already is very congested, it's more like a 14-foot alley than a 16-foot alley. So we have concerns that by having the trash located on both sides, as opposed to just the side that this already located onto, it's gonna make the alley more like a 10-foot alley, because you're gonna have 3 feet of trash, and then 3 feet of trash, and a 16-foot alley, and then the utility poles are on that side, so it's not really taking up any of the alley on their side of the space. If you go all the way to the Wilson and Beacon, the Wilson side, it already is a one-way alley for probably about 100 feet. So it's kind of a danger for it to go that far, you know, into the, 300-foot block. And then my only other statement is, I know this isn't a TOD district, but they are only 3 blocks away from the Wilson Red Line. Just keep that a consideration. I'm not sure if you guys are caring about the overlay, but it is within 1,250 feet, probably from their door to the Wilson Red Line stop.
Okay.
I think I made most of my points.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. McNeely. And just to confirm, so really your main concern is the alley. It's not the number of units or the size of the building.
Yeah, I have no issue with what's proposed. They already have one directly across the street from where this one is going to be. They all seem like great neighbors. I believe that's a condo building though, and not an apartment building. That's probably the main differentiation between these two. And I don't know how many parking spaces are there, but they have at least 7 units, if not 8. So.
And did you discuss anything related to the alley with the applicant before this? Have there been any discussions about something?
I honestly, I only got the letter about this zoning appeals from one of my neighbors. It didn't actually go to me because the USPS is all kind of screwed up.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I just moved in May, so I wasn't part of any of the block club discussions, but the previous president of my association, he did voice concerns about the alley, and it was basically ignored.
Got it.
But I did talk to our neighbors both to the south and north of us, and we don't have a garage for our spaces. We just have 6 open parking. But the 2 neighbors to both our north and south have garages, and they go all the way up into the basically the lot line. So they would either need to demo their garage in order to incorporate trash onto their property, or they would need some kind of variance themselves to allow trash to just kind of hang out at that portion of the alley, which it does at the building all the way to the north at Leland and the alley position. So we're just really worried about the alley getting already congested, and you know it's kind of dangerous to swing in from Wilson and then have to back at the traffic because there's a car blocking you.
Got it. Okay, and in your mind, what would you envision a resolution for the alley issue being?
Oh, those 3, 5, 6, 7 spaces, if they were to reverse them towards their property where they have a 20-foot drive already, that's more than they're actually going to be swinging out into the alley side. So you won't have that cross traffic coming into one another, and they'll always be heading face in or face out towards the alley whenever they go to the alley. So that'll actually increase safety. Obviously the spaces 3 and 4 would remain as is because there's nothing you can do in that condition. When I previously saw this plan, I was worried about the utility pole at that southwest corner because it was reversed. But since they have it orientated this way, there's no longer a concern with that utility pole blocking the easement.
Okay, great. And you know, Councilor Fatikas, do you want to have someone on your side just respond? It all seems pretty.
Yeah, if I could maybe just take a first chance at it.
Sure.
Just looking at the plan, we are providing a 2-foot rear setback, which is the code requirement between our garage and the alley. I appreciate that it's already tight, but we're not going to be up to the property line like some of the other garage structures may be. The concern we have is being able to maintain legal off-street parking spaces. We may be able to adjust the entrance to 7 and 6 parking spaces, 7 and 6, and have those come from the interior drive. Unfortunately, 3, 4, and 5, just because of the dimensional requirement for off-street parking, I think we're going to have to keep those as access from the alley. But we certainly, in good faith, will look at, and it will not, in my opinion, change any type of zoning approval or not. But if we're able to get the zoning approval, there would be no extra relief required to flip the garage entrance for 7 and 6. Certainly we'll look at that. The only other thing I'd point out, and I think it actually goes along with our program and our request today, there is congestion in the alley. The objector's witness spoke to that. Having one less parking space hopefully won't make that any worse than what it could already may be.
Oh, that's fine. The previous plans I saw, they had 8 spaces, which was great. I don't have a problem with the parking number. It's just really 6 and 7. I get 5, might not be able to swing in towards your drive. That's fine. But be aware when you do get to the property across from my building, we have 2 utility poles that are like 14 feet apart. So those will need a swing in, or otherwise the owner will need to move those utility poles at quite a significant cost. Right. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. There's also a utility pole to the property directly north of us, but there isn't any to the south. So I think you're good at that condition.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the board for Mr. McNeely? Sounds like none. Mr. McNeely, do you have any questions for the applicant that haven't been expressed?
Sorry, apologies. I think he answered all my questions. I'm pretty satisfied, and we have no objection to the quantity of units or the quantity of parking spaces. Just for the record, it's really just a concern about alley congestion and, being a good neighbor and stewarded to the alley. So we appreciate the application.
Okay, great. Yep, thank you, Mr. McNeely, for coming and speaking to that. And Councilor Fatikas, you can address that and carry on with any final points, and then we'll go to questions.
Chairman, as long as the board members are satisfied, we would rest on the application or the presentation made. We are asking for consideration of the variations that are requested. We believe that it's an appropriate and compatible land use given the makeup of the neighboring multi-unit residential buildings. And we ask for your support for the project.
Yep. Any other questions from the board related to anything Mr. McNeely brought up, but also the hardship economic analysis questions that we started on? I hear none. We will take this under consideration. So thank you everyone for your time, applicant and Mr. McNeely. We appreciate you all coming. With that, Councilor Fatikas, let's move back to matter 56-21-D.
All right, again, Mr. Tom Plunkett and Mr. John Hanna should be the 2 witnesses on this application, sir.
Great. Yeah, Mr. Plunkett, let us know, are you here? Let's see if he's in attendees.
I still don't see him, Chairman.
Yep, neither do I.
Is he calling in as opposed to?
There's
right,
no.
Is there a way to tell? Because he's telling me he's in, and I just want to make sure he's in the right.
I don't think he is, because I don't see any phone numbers in our attendees.
If he can raise his hand, if he is in, he can raise his hand on the Zoom application.
Okay. Chair, I apologize again. If you want us to move forward, my office is in contact. I know he's in front of at least a computer and a phone. Hopefully we can resolve this. Again, I apologize.
Nick, it looks like you have, a couple more. I do. Yeah, so let's, in the spirit of of getting things done and hopefully not needlessly continuing this one. Let's go to your next matter. And we'll keep circling back. So your next matter up, I believe, is 61-21-S,
Yes, sir.
1943 West Monterey Avenue.
Chairman, for this case, I have three witnesses, Mr. Viral Kenny, Ms. Nicoletta Scarlatus, and Mr. Joe Ryan.
Perfect. You can carry on. We can get them sworn in right away. It's up to you.
If you want to swear him in, and then I could run with it.
Yes. Mr. Kenny, if you're there, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Viral Kenny, and I'm from 3206 West 111th Street, Chicago.
And Mr. Kenny, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Ms. Scarlatus, if you're there, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm here. 5405 West 127th Street, Crestwood, Illinois, 60418.
Thank you. And do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe Joe Ryan is on. Joe, I don't believe we've talked to you yet today. So will you please state your name and address for the record? Mr. Ryan, are you there?
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Yeah, okay, Mr. Ryan, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, and we recognize your expertise.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Nick, carry on.
All right, thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Vidi Properties, LLC. The applicant now owns the subject property at 1943 West Monterey. The 17,100 square foot site is currently vacant. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new one-story restaurant building that would contain a Dunkin' Donuts. The plans call for the installation of code-compliant landscaping, perimeter fencing, 8 on-site parking spaces, and a single drive-through lane. Although the restaurant and the accessory parking are permitted uses in the underlying C1-2 district, the special use requires, the drive-through requires special use approval from the board. I have 3 witnesses available to testify. Again, Mr. Kaheny from the applicant, our project architect, Nick Scarlatus, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. And Chairman, as a matter of background, a nearly identical special use application concerning the same property was reviewed and approved by the board back on March 15th, 2019. That was call number 16219S. At that time, the city of Chicago was actually the owner of the subject property. And after the zoning board of appeals issued an approval, there were still a series of departmental approvals that needed to occur in order for the sale to complete. Unfortunately for the applicant, during that procedure, the special use approval lapsed. So we're back before you a little over 2 years from the original presentation, asking for a nearly identical approval for this application. And with that, I will ask Mr. Kenny to state his name and address for the record.
Yeah, and really quick, Councilor Fatigas, I see Alderman O'Shea is on, and I know this is his ward. So Alderman, I just want to, do you want to speak on this matter? Yeah, he maybe just turned off his camera. Let's, and Councilor Fatigas, do you know if he wants to speak on this matter?
I'm not, I understand he's in full support. He worked with us to get through the city process, and I'll let him speak for himself now that he's back on.
Yeah, Alderman O'Shea, are you there?
Yes, I am now. Sorry, I technical difficulties here. Yes, just to be very brief,
this is a city-owned vacant lot. The city-owned vacant lot that since I've been alderman, we've spent tens of thousands of dollars cleaning up repeatedly because it's been an illegal fly dumping ground. It's been vacant for more than 50 years as to much of the stretch there on Monterey Avenue between the Metro tracks, the Rock Island line, and Vincennes Avenue. I think this will be a wonderful addition to our community. An area there, it could capture the I-57 traffic in the morning who would like to stop and get coffee. We have a police station with over 300 police officers directly across the street. We have more than 1,000 residents a day boarding the Rock Island Metro tracks, literally 100 feet from the front door. I am in full support of this, and I'm glad that Mr. Kenny once again is investing in our community. This is nearly a $2 million investment. Again, vacant, blighted, city-owned land in a part of my community that could really use a shot in the arm. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Alderman. We appreciate you coming and giving us feedback. It's helpful to us. And you're always welcome. So with that, Councilor Fatikas, feel free to ask some questions of Mr. Kenny, who is on the record and sworn in.
Great, thank you. Mr. Kenny, again, you're the manager of the applicant Vidi Properties LLC.
Yes.
And you now own the subject property at 155 West Monterey, is that right?
Yes.
And that's of address range 1943 through 1955 West Monterey, just to be clear for the record, is that right?
Yes.
And as the alderman indicated, you're planning to redevelop the property with the new Dunkin' Donuts restaurant and drive-through facility?
That is correct.
You have over 10 years of experience in the quick food service industry?
Yes.
And currently operate 5 drive-through lanes in the Chicagoland area, is that right?
Yes.
And so you're an experienced drive-through operator, is that true?
Yes.
And it's important to have that feature to stay competitive in the marketplace, is that right?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided, is that right?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Chairman, although this is a special use application, if I could briefly call Ms. Scarlatus just to speak to CDOT and DPD approvals that are in place.
Yep, go right ahead.
Nick, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Nicoletta Scarlatus, 5405 West 127th Street, Crestwood, Illinois.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
You've previously testified in that capacity before this board, is that right?
Yes.
And it's your professional opinion that the proposed site plan with the modifications offered by both the Department of Transportation and DPD will work in a safe and efficient manner?
Yes.
And as we sit here today, actually as of yesterday, both CDOT and the Department of Planning and Development had issued preliminary approvals for the proposed site plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Nick, you offered a witness statement earlier in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the witness statement we provided. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Lastly, if I can call Mr. Joe Ryan.
I'm here.
Joe, can you please, you are a designated MAI appraiser in the state of Illinois?
I am.
And you were retained to determine whether the requested special use met the criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions?
I did.
Briefly, you believe that the proposal would meet all of the criteria for special use approval. Is that right?
Yes, it would.
And Joe, it's your understanding my office filed a copy of your report with the board?
They did, yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
It would, yes.
Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about the program.
Great, thank you. And just for everyone's clarity, so we approved this around a year ago. And it's just that it's lapsed, correct? There's nothing significant changing in the special use?
No, nothing substantive at all. We worked with Department of Planning and Development on a few design and landscaping elements, but the location of the building, the location of the curb cuts, as well as the location of the drive-through are all substantially similar to what was reviewed and approved by the board back in 2019.
Great. Okay, any questions from the board? Hearing none, we'll take this under consideration. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Councilor Fatikas, do you know if your applicant, I do see a phone number now, a 414.
I believe that's Mr. Plunkett. My office is on another line with him as well.
We can carry on with your next case, or we can circle back to Mr. Plunkett.
If it's okay, let's get through the folks that I know are on, and then we can circle back with Mr. Plunkett at the end.
Great. Okay, so therefore we're moving to matters. Oh, on that one, sorry, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. That's my fault, everyone. On the last one. Okay, so this was for calendar number 61-21-S, taking it a little bit out of order now that we're reading these ahead of time. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a one-lane drive-through to serve a proposed one-story Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, VD Properties, LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of February 18th, 2020, prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates Limited. Now, we'll move to calendar number 62-21-Z and 63-21-Z at 3939 North Hoyne.
Again, Chairman, for the record, this is Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Zach and Leslie Archer. The applicants own the subject property at 3939 North Hoyne. The subject site consists of a single zoning lot that's improved with a two-story single-family home and a detached garage at the rear. The reason we're here today is because the applicants are proposing to replace an existing raised patio located at the rear of their home with a one-story mudroom addition. So if you're looking at the survey or even the front view or visual or from the rear, you can see the patio space that we're looking to replace with the mudroom. Otherwise, the footprint of the existing home and the footprint of the detached garage will remain as they exist today without any change. In order to permit the mudroom addition, the applicants are seeking variations to reduce the north side setback and the combined side setback total, as well as increase the floor area by approximately 195 square feet to specifically account for that mudroom footprint. There are two witnesses testifying on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Zach Archer, and our project architect, Mr. Oscar Elba. If you want to maybe confirm they're both on and swear them in, and then I can get into the testimony.
Yep, Mr. Archer, I see you logged on. If you're there, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Zach Archer, 3939 North Hoyne.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And is your wife or anyone else on? Yeah.
My wife is next to me.
Yeah, let's get you sworn in just because you're on camera. Ms. Archer, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Leslie Archer, 3939 North Hoyne.
Great. And
Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alba, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Oscar Alba, address is 2541 West Division Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings as well?
Yes.
Great.
All right, thank you, sir. Again, Zach, you and your wife Leslie own the property at 3939 West Hoyne?
Yes.
And again, it consists of a single zoning lot that's improved with a non-conforming single-family home. Is that right?
Yes.
And as I explained in my introduction, your family is proposing to replace a raised patio at the rear of the home with a one-story mudroom addition. Is that right?
Yes.
And in order to do that, variations are required because of the existing non-conforming building footprint on the lot, right?
Yes.
And except for the new mudroom addition, the home and the detached garage will remain as they exist today.
Yes.
And Zach, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would be.
And Zach, before I officially conclude, is it true that you did reach out to one of your immediate neighbors, the Kramers at 3941 North Hoyne?
Yes.
And the Kramers actually emailed a short email in support of the requested variations. Is that right?
That is true.
And Mr. Chairman, a copy of that email was forwarded with our supplemental findings on Monday of this week.
Okay.
Oscar, are you still on?
Yes.
Can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Oscar Alba, address is 2541 West Division Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
You are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes.
and you've previously testified before the board. Is that right?
Yes.
And you designed the proposed one-story mudroom addition at 3939 Hoyne?
Yes.
And is it your professional opinion that the existing non-conforming side setback conditions, together with the existing non-conforming floor area total, create the practical difficulties or particular hardships in this case?
Yes.
More specifically, the relief required for the addition, which again will be on the south side of the lot, requires a technical reduction to the north side, right?
Yes.
And the technical north side setback reduction matches the existing north side setback reduction, I'm sorry, the existing north side setback dimension of 2.79 feet. Is that right?
Correct.
So even though there's a variation request, there's actually no change to the setback condition on the north side of the lot.
That is correct.
And the proposed mudroom addition maintains compliant south side setback for the new construction.
Yes.
With respect to the requested FAR increase, the 194.2 square foot increase would utilize unused floor area from separate additions that were done to the home by a previous owner. Is that right?
That is right.
Given the current building and zoning conditions on the lot, is it still your opinion that the proposed one-story addition, if permitted, would be consistent and compatible with the other residential buildings in the immediate area?
Yes.
Oscar, is it your understanding my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. This is a homeowner application. We did provide the economics of the project in terms of cost, but there's no return on investment anticipated. It's an owner trying to utilize or maximize functionality of.
Yep. On that note, Counselor, can you just, I understand that, but can you go give us a little bit of a summary on the economics, just because it is something that that we should be weighing?
Sure. In this case, Chairman, if you give me a second, I can give you a copy of the or I could refer to my economic summary. The applicants purchased their home in 2013 for $1.35 million. They're expected to spend approximately $100,000 to construct the mudroom addition start to finish. That includes hard and soft costs. They intend to occupy the home with their family, continue to occupy the home with their family. There's no anticipated return because there's no anticipated sale of the property. That's the economic summary for this matter.
Okay, and somewhat related, can you highlight again just like what the legal non-conforming aspect of this property is?
Sure. The legal non-conforming aspect is actually twofold. The north side setback is at 2.79 feet. That's an existing condition. We're proposing a addition on the south side of the property. In order to do that, we have to essentially reestablish the non-conforming north side setback. And the architect's testimony spoke to that specifically, that the 2.79 existing dimension would be the same dimension that's proposed as part of our program. With respect to the floor area total, the home has already been added on to over time, again, by a prior owner. I believe the denial letter speaks specifically to the increase, and I believe it referenced a 2002 addition, and I will double check that to make sure the statement or the information is consistent. So just give me one quick second there. Correct. It was a 2002 square foot addition. So the applicants would effectively be limited in further improving their property or forced to remove 194 square feet of existing home structure to permit the mudroom addition over the raised porch that exists at the property today. Obviously, that becomes not only a financial challenge, but a practical challenge. Because there is leftover or available FAR, again, provided the board grants the variation, the program fits within the allowance for floor area increases of the existing structure.
Okay. And I'm just trying to see the side that the mudroom is going on is non-conforming as well. Like, this isn't just getting the building in compliance, right?
No, it's non-conforming with respect to a raised patio. A raised patio, any patio more than 4 feet in height is considered a technical side setback. It requires side setback reductions. We're replacing a side patio, that flat patio that I believe the existing condition photo from the rear probably shows the best. We're replacing that feature with the mudroom addition, but the proposed mudroom addition south side setback actually complies with the setback requirement. So we were trying to fit that in to the lot's development area or development envelope, and not further encroach one on the other side.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? It's about bringing the existing non-conforming north side setback in compliance to allow the addition on the south side.
Okay.
Maybe that's a cleaner way to say it.
Yep, I've got it. That being said, any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. So Counselor, we'll take this under consideration, and thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Counselor, I'm going to go to 64 unless you state otherwise.
Pardon me?
I'm going to go to matter 64 unless you state otherwise.
Perfect.
Okay. Next up, calendar number 64-21-Z. And this is at 1833 West Erie Street. So feel free to start whenever everyone's present.
Great. Thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Jobin and Elise Grimus. The applicants own the subject property located at 1833 West Archer. No, not West Archer. There was a speaker. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
I'm sorry, my speaker went in and out. I apologize. So
no worries.
The applicants again own the subject property at 1833 West Erie Street. The subject site consists of a single zoning lot that's improved with a 2-story, 2-unit residential building and a detached garage located at the rear. The applicants live in the 2nd floor unit and rent the 1st floor unit on the market. The reason we're here today is because the applicants are proposing to reorganize the exterior stairs that provide access to the rooftop located above the principal building. So if you're looking at the site plan or even the photos of the existing building conditions, the plan is to remove the spiral stair. If someone can go to the rear view, perfect. The applicants are proposing to replace or remove the spiral staircase and extend the metal staircase located along the building's west side. Otherwise, the footprint of the existing building and the detached garage remain exactly as they are without change. In order to permit the, we'll call it the additional or the extension of the second story staircase, the applicants are seeking variations to reduce the west side setback and the combined side setback total on the lot. Elise, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you, I'm sorry, I'll let the chairman swear you in. Before I do, Alan, are you also on the line?
Let's see.
I don't see Alan Leskiff.
I'm so sorry. I'll reach back out.
Okay, we're having some attendance problems today.
There are two unknown people. I can allow them to talk, but I don't know. Karina Aguilar and Carrie, I don't know if they're one of them. No, it doesn't look like he's here.
I'm gonna have my office reach back out. I hate to do this. If Tom Plunkett's on, you want me to? I know we're flipping back and forth, Chair. I apologize.
No worries. Let's give another minute for Alan, just because I know we've got Miss Cremius here, and maybe we can get him on the line.
Yes, Tom Plunkett just joined.
Okay, Nick, do you think it's going to take a minute to get Alan?
It may, and just to move things along, I'm so sorry, but if we can go back to George Street, I could then maybe finish with Erie.
Yep, let's go back to 56-21-Z at 2510 West George Street.
Mr. Plunkett, are you on the line?
He is unmuted, so should be able to speak.
Tom, can you hear us?
We can see you, Mr. Plunkett. Now
Here we go.
A start. Yeah, Mr. Plunkett, can you hear us? Maybe you're muted on your end.
He is unmuted from Zoom. I think maybe you're wearing headphones and there is a mute unmute button on your headphone.
Let's see. Yeah, Mr. Plunkett, if you can hear us, try, because it seems like you're muted somehow on your end, either with headphones or something. Yeah, I don't know, Nick. Maybe if
You maybe want to just give me a minute to see if I can maybe have them call in and use the phone as opposed to the website.
Yep.
All right. I'm so sorry, Chair. Let me try and connect with them, and I'll let Victor know when we're all reorganized.
Okay, so do you want to move to your other case, or are we just gonna leave it?
Unless Alan's on, and unless tech support can confirm that Alan's on.
Okay. And if Alan is not on, we're gonna break for lunch because I have that scheduled for right after you.
I don't see Mr. Allen. That's good.
Okay, maybe lunch will be good, and we'll get everyone figured out. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Chairman, if I may suggest to Attorney Fitkas that if you can bring Mr. Plunkett on a three-way call, so you dial into Zoom and just bring him into three-way call, so it'll be easier for him.
Okay, we can certainly try that, and I'll have lunchtime to figure it out.
All right, great. Okay, so let's take let's go 35-minute recess, which means if my math is right, we'll be reconvening at 2:20 p.m. So Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. So again, we're going to reconvene this meeting of the ZBA at 2:20 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.